Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people. We beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in a so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 1, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, good morning. Because we are already delayed, I think we should proceed to business. I just want to appreciate the presence of the Honorable Minister, who had an amazing try to manage time so that we can be able to finish the matters we have on the order paper. So the next member to debate in the list I have was the Honorable Dongo.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity for me to debate the report of the committee. And I want quickly to thank the chairperson of the committee and the committee in general for this report. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will restrict myself to a report of this committee as per your guidance. First things first, on page 3 of this report, there is engagement with key stakeholders, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the annex, Annex 2, which details the stakeholders that were consulted during the public consultation, you will see that there's quite a bit of limitation in terms of the scope of our consultations. And Right Honorable Speaker, this really affects the quality of our legislative function and comes down to the conduct of the business of this House and how much time this committee and generally Parliament is given to do consultations on a very, very important bill like this one. Right Honorable Speaker, whenever committees go out for public consultations, we are hardly given 2-3 days for engagement with our different stakeholders. And I can see from this report that members of Parliament from the national parliaments were not consulted at all. if you look at the annex, you'll see that all our parliaments were not consulted. And you know, it's a very important requirement that when we go for consultations, we have to work with our national parliaments, because in the end, after passing legislation, it is a requirement that our national parliaments amend the existing frameworks to reflect the regional law. So this is a very, very huge deficit in our consultative process. And I think that Council need to take this very, very seriously. We are saying that this is a people-centered integration. Where are the people in the process of our public hearings? This parliament needs to be empowered to make sure that the scope of our consultation is wide and deep to reflect the true aspirations of the people of East Africa. Can see civil society organizations, a few of them that take interest in our matters, are the ones that are the usual suspects whenever we go for consultations. But even then, you find that the time that we have with them is very limited for it to have a very significant influence on our, on our legislative function. So, Right Honourable Speaker, this is a very, very serious matter that we need to discuss very exhaustively with the Council of Ministers, so that we can see how this assembly can be empowered to do its work effectively. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at page 6 on the financing of this commission is not budget neutral. In other jurisdictions, before a bill is introduced in Parliament, they look at, they produce a certificate of financial compliance. It has to pass that test, because when you introduce an institution like this one, it has budget implications. It's only in the East African community where all our, we pass laws, we create institutions, and at the time of our budgeting, we say there is zero budget increase. We are budget neutral. And I'm wondering, I keep saying, tell me, show me your budget, and I can show you what your ambitions are. Just give me the budget of the East African community, and I will tell you what your ambitions are. You can't run a community with a budget of less than $100 million US, and you think that you can compete, and you have all these very, very powerful words of saying we want to transition our community into a prosperous, dynamic community. When you do not have resources to drive that process, I think there is need for us, there's a huge mismatch between our ambitions and our commitments in terms of financing the community. And I'm glad that during his address, His Excellency President Paul Kagame highlighted that very, very strongly and said we need to come out with an alternative financing mechanism. And indeed, the report captures it. But I think it's important that we put emphasis, and also maybe we need to find time and give timelines on when really it's not enough for the ministers to say, oh, we are coming out with an alternative financing mechanism. Since when? This has been ongoing for the last 10 years. It can't be open-ended, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on the matter of quorum and decision-making, which indeed is a treaty requirement, because the condition precedent that before any decision is made, that it has to be done by consensus. However, yesterday, and also through your guidance, Right Honourable Speaker, I looked at the consensus, the true meaning of consensus, and I think it was in 2012 when this matter was brought up for court, the East African Court of Justice, for interpretation, and the court, in its wisdom, said they cannot determine what consensus is, but it does not necessarily mean unanimity, and they threw it back to Council to determine what consensus it is. It means, therefore, that Council can determine whether it can be by simple majority. So it's a matter that can be determined at council level. It is not cast in stone, and thus it's not a treaty requirement that all the 6 partner states must agree. So for strategic decisions, Right Honorable Speaker, and if really we have to move this community, and we have experienced it, that whenever we have a very, very important decision, we are stuck in the mud because of this elephant in the room called consensus, which requires that all partner states must agree on it.
Information, Mr. Speaker, information.
Mr. Honorable Judge, accept it.
I give way for information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable George, for allowing me to give information. While I'm making the submission of Honorable George Odongo, I perused quickly Article 7 of the treaty, which speaks about operational principles of the community. And 7.1F, it says, 7.1E, it reads the principle of variable geometry. So, Mr. Speaker, I would believe that in the spirit of integration, it's not that we all agree that we are going to implement something, but it's not that we are not deferring, but people who are ready can go. So it's not like we have to have a consensus that everyone says yes. No, we can say yes, but the ones who are ready are going, and that's how it was in the issue of the monetary union when we're coming to implement it. But maybe the CTC can guide us and interpret the variable geometry properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Odongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makame, for just doubling down on the same principle of saying we can proceed with decisions for as long as they do not undermine the broader spirit of regional integration. Because the spirit behind consensus was that we don't need to leave anybody behind. But it did not say we should actually stop moving. Simply say that we should try as much as possible to make sure that everybody keeps moving. So, Right Honorable Speaker, these are very, very critical matters because now we are legislating and this House knows it very well. For the last 5 years, we have come out with very, very good pieces of legislation. But are we seeing forward traction? We are not, because sometimes when we are in this point when we are supposed to make a decision, one partner state or the other has a different view. Now, instead of fast tracking such a decision, we are waiting. Maybe we need to give it a time frame even for building consensus. Maybe that's the way we should move when we are coming up with some of these when we're making our decisions. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the bill, the proposed bill, and I've also looked at the recommendations of the committee. There are no fundamental differences between the report of the committee and the proposed bill, except for some areas. But there are conceptual issues, or there are things that have been left for interpretation. For example, when you look at compliance, the Commission has granted partner states a lot of wiggle room. Let me just make reference to one specific one. There is a requirement for, just a second, Right Honorable Speaker. There is a requirement under compliance for the Commission to determine that a partner state has deviated or is likely to deviate from an expected path of the macroeconomic convergence criteria, and shall notify the partner state on the occurrence of such. And once that has been done, then there are escape clauses that have been left out to the partner states to determine. And you see, they are a little bit open-ended. Maybe we need to look at them and see in very specific terms to avoid a situation where such clauses are abused by the partner states, or if a partner state has failed to comply with certain provisions, triggers off such an escape clause and undermines the whole process. You know, we are dealing with a very, very important piece of legislation. This is a legislation that requires that once we get into it, the levels of compliance must be very, very high. Any partner state that does not comply affects the performance, the economic performance of the whole region. Remember that once we get into this monetary union, we shall be plugged into a global financial and economic ecosystem. And that means that any partner state that deviates from our convergence criteria and affects the performance of the other partner states definitely triggers off an alarm, a global financial alarm. And that affects the performance, the confidence that people will have in our economy as a region. So right now, Speaker, these are very, very critical areas that we need to examine even as we pass this piece of legislation. I beg to move, right now, Speaker, and I support the report of the...
Thank you very much, Honorable Dongo. Next is Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to the committee which made a comprehensive report. And really my observation and emphasis will be on 4.2, the importance and the urgency of the Surveillance and Compliance and Enforcement Commission. Right, Honorable Speaker, this bill is quite important in such a way that the benefits which comes out of this compliance are quite enormous. You cannot talk of common market, East African Customs Union, and you don't talk of the single currency within the monetary union. Because all these pillars and the framers of this treaty, we are very, very objective and know that these pillars must be interrelated, because the cost of doing business, the common market you are talking about, involves a lot of people that want to deal with business. I can give an example. Today, as we are, because of not having single currency, transferring from Rwanda to Uganda or Kenya, you lose $1,000, you lose $40. That one affects the cash flow with the person who's dealing with business. Two, if we look at 4.2, that is paragraph B, attain the macroeconomic convergence criteria specified in Article 6.2 and maintain the criteria to at least 3 consecutive years. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you are talking of a macroeconomic economics, this is a branch of economics that have to deal with the structure, behavior, decision-making in economies where you are as a whole. For instance, you'll talk of using interest rates, taxes, and government spending on regulating economies' growth and stability within the region. So this bill, the compliance bill, is needed within the region to integrate properly as soon as yesterday. Because if we are talking of people to move freely, to transact business, the cost of doing business must be reduced at the lowest percentage. Right, Honorable Speaker, you know, in accountability, it's not only in money terms. Even the actions you make to delay a process is quite an effective way of demobilizing the objective of the treaty. My brother, when he was explaining about the assenting of the bill yesterday, the chairperson, I think as legislators, we need to move a bit more to compare the councils to become accountable. For instance, in other national parliaments, after 3 months, the bill has been passed, it has been not returned, you are compelled to say that that law takes precedence and it's in action. This is what is happening now in national parliaments. The bill is not assented for, it has been legislated, it comes from government, it becomes a law, and they start implementing it. Last but not least, I want to supplement what Honorable George said, and I think in the near future, we need to amend the Budget Act in this House. The process of amending a budget so that we compare any bill which comes here must show us a certificate of finance implications. That once a bill doesn't have that, then we don't pass it on the floor. Once we amend the Budget Act, we compel the executive to tell us where are you going to get the resources to run this bill we've brought. Because like this compliance structure, it has a cost and infrastructure must be implemented. But we are going to pass it, it will be in the dockets, it's not assented to, then why do we waste a lot of time? But when there is an amendment of certificate of compliance, this bill, they will be compelled to act. The last one on the budget, there are 3 principles of budgeting all over globally. 1, zero budgeting. 2, mixed budgeting. 3, cash budgeting. What we are doing now in budgeting as a principle, you must show as much as you want to spend, you must know the side of where you want to get the resources. I think that's why His Excellency Kagame was serious about this, that really as much as we want to drive our budgets, it cannot be driven by projects. We must have a revenue base to implement all the activities we want to plan to do. In Singapore, they are using a zero budgeting because they got to plan for activities of financial year, they have the money at hand. So since we are still beginning, then we need to think seriously that, that activities which are planned for to deal with such an integration, money must be availed as an alternative financing. With those few observations, I support the bill and I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kakoza. The last on the list was Honorable Francoise. Then I can pick a new list. If let me know who else wants to debate this. Honorable Oda. So after Honorable Francoise, it will be Honorable Oda.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I rise to also first and foremost welcome the younger member of this assembly, though in absentia, Honorable Rebecca Miano from the Republic of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, I also proceed by commenting on the address of the president, but aligned with what we are doing here, even aligned with this commission bill we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency President Paul Kagame, during his address, said that this community is continuously underfunded. And we are talking of establishing a new commission in charge of surveillance, compliance, and enforcement. It's very hard to make sure we proceed with, as mentioned by Honorable George Odongo, at the Council of Ministers, in not taking care of the expedition of the funding, alternative funding mechanisms, because they are really the backbone of these institutions that are being established, because there are many of them. As we are talking of this one, Mr. Speaker, I have heard that some members cannot really differentiate the functions of this commission because they think, as it is well stated in this report on page 5, even the committee, we were kind of confused because I'm a member of Legal Rules and Privileges Committee. If we go to page 5 of the report, 4.3, we have observed that the committee did not see that the commission functions are just focusing on microeconomic convergence criteria, leaving aside the prerequisites provided by Article 5, sub-Article 1 of the protocol. And I had a look on how these things will be, and I found that even this Financial Services Commission could have come before this, because this is being also analyzed and under public hearings by the Committee of General Purpose, as well a member. That's why I'm able to reconcile the two and see that if it could have come first, it could have helped a lot to understand the functions and the role of these different commissions. Mr. Speaker, I have the protocol with me, and I would also like to bring the attention of members on page 8 of the protocol, because we received the copies. Page 8 is about the prerequisites for the monetary union. They are very important because, Mr. Speaker, everything that is being created as a commission or as an institution needs money. And this money is meant to change the livelihood of EAC citizens as people-centered community. And everyone has a role to play, even this assembly. If you look at this Article 5 of the protocol, we see that for the purpose of realizing the monetary union, the partner states shall fully implement the protocol establishing the East African Community Customs Union and the protocol establishing the East African Community Common Market. And this is the task of the Council of Ministers. We should differentiate the roles here. And this is the task of the Council of Ministers, the Summit, and even the Secretariat. And now if we continue with the harmonized and coordinated their fiscal policies, this is the task of the East African Financial Services Commission. Even the following aspects here, under prerequisites, they are the task of exchange rates, payment and settlements, payments, system, all those things, harmonize their policies and the laws relating to the production, analysis, and dissemination of statistical information. This is the task of the East African Statistic Bureau bill that this House approved in 2018. It was in November, I remember, we were in Dodoma. We were having our meeting in Dodoma. And this bill, we don't know where it is now. We can't even locate it, as it was stated yesterday by one of the previous speakers, that this bill could have come back after 90 days as per the treaty and the rules of procedure. We need this bill to come back because they have to go together as one package, as per this part C, Article 5 of the protocol. Without all this bill together, we will lose our focus, we will lose our rail, Mr. Speaker. And then we also have to integrate, countries should integrate their financial systems and adopt common principles and rules for the regulation and supervision of the financial system. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to announce to this August Assembly that the East African Community Payment and the Settlement System Integration Project is undergoing. We need to hear from that project how far they have gone, because when I looked at their functions, they are supposed to finalize this integration of harmonizing exchange rate policies, payment and settlement across the region this year, 2022. And only like 3 months remaining. So we need to hear from their report how far they have gone, because we are members in charge of oversight and also accountability. Because 15 million euros were invested in this project. So we should hear from them so that we can take, we can go further with what we are doing as members, as an assembly, what we are doing under our committee's work. And then, Mr. Speaker, we got some issues with finalizing with our job under committee works. Let me bring here that we need more days, because what we are having has shown that we need more days under committee work so that we can proceed and finalize our work. This EAC East African Financial Services Commission under GP could not be finalized under public hearings because we need to collect more views from the citizens of EAC, because these are part of the four pillars of integration. Mr. Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Order. Okay, Honorable Order, then Honorable Noor. Remember, this bill has 30 clauses.
Yes.
So when we start the movements, it will consume us a lot of time. But in the meantime, Honorable Order, Honorable Noor, Honorable Guijema.
Yeah, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I also want to take this opportunity as I'm taking this floor for the first time to thank His Excellency Paul Kagame for the remarks. We were blessed the day before yesterday to hear on the status of EAC. And as my colleagues, Honorable Rose and others requested you, Right Honorable Speaker, that we should put aside as our practice in this assembly to have a time to debate on this very important remarks by His Excellency. And Right Honorable Speaker, as you realized since yesterday, most of the issues you are talking about has been covered on the remarks of His Excellency, issues around accountability, issues around timing implementation, issues around financing. And we are all going around again on these issues because I think it's a high time that it is discussed once and for all. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go direct to the report on page, I'll speak also on the same issue, but I just wanted to use this opportunity to ask the Council of Ministers if they can spare time and look into it for other bills to come, especially when we are putting in place the new institutions, when we are establishing the new institutions. The issue of financing has been repeated by my colleagues, but I just wanted to ask, we have a benefit of having our able minister from Rwanda who has been in the finance ministry, and other ministers. Maybe they can help look into all these things we are talking about. I know very well in our countries that whenever we have a new institution to be established, or the new project, very important project for the country, there is a process whereby they sit down and look into where this money is going to be found. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been in accounts committee for nearly 5 years now, but I can assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, and this assembly that most of the established, the new institutions we established, when we are looking into the performance of these institutions, we realize that the only budget they spent is on the operational activities. The budget for the core mandate is not there. So you find, for example, if we had this competition authority, Kiswahili Commission, Esteco, East African Health, all these institutions which have been new institutions which have been put in place. If you do effective analysis, you find that the core mandate was not implemented for nearly 5 years. So this is a very serious issue, and we are wasting all the resources by just paying the salaries to the staff we are putting in place. So I think, Right Honorable Speaker, the council can sit down and see, before bringing in these new institutions, maybe every partner state can see how they can contribute, at least for maybe 2 to 3 years, so that this institution can stand and then integrate it to the normal budgeting system. As Honorable Msamali, Honorable Kakoza and Honorable Odongo mentioned, we need to have something which really tells us that these institutions are going to function. Right Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to give advice to the committee, which I really support their report, but on number 2, they had been mentioning on the recommendations, but on item number 2, it's a little bit general. They say, urge the council to consider all the observations made by the committee on this report and address them through an amendment. My proposal, Honorable Chair, I think it will be good to be specific because the report talks of about many things and the observation is too general. As you mentioned other areas specifically, I would propose that maybe on this also, you mention exactly which observation you think can be taken. And I think this will be easy for the follow-up by the council, and the response will be specific as you wanted. So I just wanted to contribute briefly on this report, and I want to say that I support the report, but mainly we need again to look into the issues of implementation of all these new initiatives you are putting in place, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you and I support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gasinzigo. Honorable Noor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I just want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Ruto, for appointing Honorable Rebecca for appointing her as a minister, and also appointing her as a minister in charge of EAC. I'm sure she has come with a lot of experience and a lot of energy to energize the Council of Ministers just to move this community forward. Honorable Speaker, secondly, I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Paul Kagame, for a wise and brilliant address that he has given us. So, Speaker, what you have been debating, as Honorable, my colleague, Honorable Ross just said, is we are just debating. The bill is just totally confined or just part of the Honorable His Excellency the President's speech. He has mentioned very key issues. He has said first at the beginning, he said this bill is overdue. It is true, it is late, it is behind the shadow. To make it worse, the one that has already been passed, like Monetary Institute, as my colleagues have said, have not been assented to, been implemented. That institution is not yet in place. I think we passed it to 2018, 19, 20, 21. It's almost getting to 5 years since that bill has been passed. And I hope this one you are passing is not going to be finding itself in the same dustbin. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to add my voice in one thing. As the normal practice in other jurisdictions of Parliament, the issue of presidential address to the Assembly or to Parliament becomes subject for debate. Members must be given time to ventilate into those speech and recommend to the Council or to the Summit what is to be done out of that speech. Of course, that is a policy guidance, and this House must be able to debate and ventilate in that speech. I want that to be a practice for those members who have had a chance, already had a chance of maybe serving in the 5th year, Eala. I want that to be a practice in future, that the presidential address for any country, when the president addresses the Assembly, it is subject to discussion by the House. That is one thing that I want to just say. Going to the bill, Honorable Speaker, I just want to look at page 1 of the schedule of annex of amendments, which comes from the committee. I want to thank the chair and the committee. They have done a very good job, but it requires some just little polishing. At the very beginning, they say the definition of executive secretary immediately after the word secretary, inside the word chief executive officer. Okay, that's good, because the chief CEO is always in charge of day-to-day running of an institution. But again, on the same note, they have just come to suggest again that the CEO, the chief executive officer, should be amended to make it an accounting officer. In page in one of the pages, they say the same thing is contradicting. So I don't know which one they want to use, whether they want to use the word CEO or whether they want to use the word accounting officer, because all of them can never be used at the same time, because it's obvious that CEOs of any company or any institution is an accounting officer of that institution. So there's no need why we should put CEO here, executive secretary here, and then an accounting officer here. This is one and the same person. So can we be able to be consistent in that one? Honorable Speaker, on page 5 of the report, I think there's something also which needs to be looked into. Immediately after clause 2, insert the following. The bill has no clause 2. It is on page 5. It is clause 3. So I don't know what clause 2 they are talking about, because the bill has no clause 2 on page 5 of the bill is clause 3. So could you be able to look into that also? That is number 2 of your amendment, page 5, insert of part heading.
I think clause 2 is a clause on.
It is clause 3, subclause 2,
yes,
maybe, I don't know.
Clause 2 is a clause on interpretation of.
Yeah.
And it flows from 4 to 50 page.
Yeah, they're talking of page 5.
Yeah.
And on page 5.
There is part of clause 2 on page 5 also.
Yeah, it should be clause 3. If they want to amend subclause 2 to read what they wanted to read, I don't know what it is. It is not also matching. Honorable Speaker, on this issue of the clause 5, partner state organ, I think this one also requires to be looked into. But the critical one, Honorable Speaker, is this one of the terms of the secretary. The terms of the secretary of the commission, which the committee recommends maybe that it should go beyond 5 years. I think as long as the word rotation remains in this bill or in this law, there's no way that the head of the institution can go beyond that, because every country needs to serve in the same institution, and 5 years is enough. If the Secretary General, if the Speaker, if everybody is serving for 5 years, why in particular for this institution that you want to make a difference? I think it doesn't argue very well. So I think the committee needs to look into that one also. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I think the last one is, I think those are okay. I think there's nothing else that I need to add. The others are just minor ones, and which needs to be looked into. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nu. Honorable William.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me the opportunity to contribute to this important bill. Right Honorable Speaker, before I do so, let me join my colleague to congratulate the new member, Minister Rebecca Miano, and wish her the best in this August Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, I am not a member of this committee, but I have a few comments, because this institution for surveillance, compliance, and the enforcement commission is very important, very strong pillar for monetary union. It is in fact, a matter of making commitment, discipline, and looking how we can harmonize our precondition, economic precondition. Right Honorable Speaker, in fact, when we want to adopt a common currency, we have to be advised, and I join my colleague, Honorable Noor, listening to the speech of His Excellency, our President, we have to debate it, because it has, by the way, it is in the normal practice of the Parliament, it has some key issues in the advice on this matter that we are considering now. Honorable Speaker, when I read on page 5, when the bill put more emphasis on the macroeconomic convergence criteria provided under Article 5.2, leaving out the prerequisite provided by Article 5.1. I think we don't have to leave the prerequisite, because the prerequisite, they are specifying the economic precondition. And this is very important, because you cannot talk about this bill if you don't set and see how the budget deficit in the partner state are being set on with a certain limit, or by looking on another average of inflation rate, or by looking for external reserve to cover for how many months of importation. This, Right Honorable Speaker, adopting a common currency before attaining a greater level of convergence, I think may be damaging for ESC countries, because we have, and I wish I asked to the Council from the Ministers to make a really an assessment to see how every partner state has done really to get to meet an optimum currency criteria. By doing so, we have also to be committed, every partner state, to fast track Customs Union Common Market Protocol, because if they are not fully implemented, it will not be possible to really adopt a common currency. Secondly, what I was saying is it is that every partner state have to be committed, financial discipline, and harmonize the policies, and increase, by the way, intra-regional trades before adopting a simple currency, because these can be damaging. But there are some problems we have now. When we see what is happening, we see that there are still problems to harmonize policy, to harmonize financial system, and so on. Right Honorable Speaker, I think despite some structural similarity, ESC economies remain very susceptible to asymmetric shock. And that even empirically you can make analysis, and that analysis can point to partial convergence among our partner states. Look, for example, for our exchange rate or inflation level. I think it is better to suggest that the ESC countries need to better align the monetary policy and allow a period of monetary policy coordination. Right, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, and I ask a very strong commitment on behalf of Council of Ministers. I thank you.
Thank you. Can we revert to Council? CTC, you are allowed to help the minister, because I think you are involved in this process longer than he has been in the council. So we can ignore issues of protocol, and you are a member of this house anyway.
Thank you.
And don't forget about the issues I raised yesterday.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I suppose I should start by addressing that issue of whether consensus is synonymous with unanimity. You may wish to know that in 2008, the Council of Ministers sought an advisory opinion from the East African Court of Justice This is provided for under Article 36 of the treaty. And the court had opportunity to deliberate on the principle of consensus. And it was also related to variable geometry. In fact, the question was, there were two questions, whether consensus is synonymous with unanimity and whether consensus is in harmony with the principle of variable geometry. And the finding of the court, Right Honorable, was that consensus is not synonymous with unanimity. The court ascertained that for some time now, the practice in the community has been to equate consensus with unanimity. The court gave advice that in future, the issue for this would lie in amending the relevant legal instruments, which brings me to the question then as what is being done to amend the rules of procedure for the council and the summit and the coordination committee, because in those rules, you notice that consensus is strongly provided for. Right Honorable Speaker, the council is in the process of amending its rules of procedure. The Secretariat generated some proposals. Partner states were given up to 30 September to give comments. And I'm happy to report that the Secretariat is going to ensure that this matter is considered by the 43rd.
Were the comments given?
Some partner states gave comments, others did not.
Because that is a very big omission you are committing.
Yes, yes.
Partner states were given time to give comments, but whether actually all of them gave comments.
Not all of them gave comments.
Is where the devil is.
Yes, but because the council had given up to 30 September.
Yeah, but who gave comments and who didn't?
There are some who didn't.
Who are those that didn't?
Well, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, you know, I'm demanding to know.
Right Honorable Speaker, that
this is Parliament, right? And we are debating issues about East African community.
Yes, but
there was a decision that by 30th, everyone gives a comment. I'm not asking what the comments were.
Yes,
but did everyone give comments? And if there are those that didn't, who are they?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Chair.
The direction that was given is that those who may wish to give comments. So,
point of order.
It can be assumed that those who didn't comment didn't have a comment to make.
Point of order.
Yes, Right Honorable, and
yes,
it is also the thinking that they are happy with because there's already agreement that there is a procedure for the council, and the coordination committee need to be amended.
Yeah. So we can assume that those who didn't send comments are actually comfortable with, the right of silence, right?
Clarification.
Yes, Honorable Susan.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to have clarification from CTC, which countries did not actually comment, because that will be important for future reference in case there are issues during meetings.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I think what we should really be focusing on is the outcome. The rules are going to be amended.
You see, there is no sensitivity about this issue. CTC, there is nothing so sensitive about it.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes. Actually, these are supposed to be public records.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes. No, wait.
Honorable Chair, I think when a member stands, the other member sits down. I don't know whether it is different from in Eala. There are no two members on the floor at the same time. Honorable Speaker, it is normal practice and rules that when a member make a contribution and say a word, and you make a comment that you cannot be able to substantiate, I think you either withdraw or you substantiate. Because CTC said there are some member countries which have not commented, and there are only 6 members. Out of 6, which one has not commented? And if you cannot substantiate, can you withdraw your remarks? Because
maybe let me put the question differently. CTC, partner states were asked to make a comment on the proposals that the Secretariat initiated on the amendment of the treaty, including the subject that these members here during this debate has alluded to many times, the issue of consensus in decision making. Now, what is the status of that decision? And you may understand as a lawyer, why did I have to rephrase my question? Because when I ask you the status, you give me the situation of everyone. Yes, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on the point of clarification. I think CTC is making things complicated. My understanding, this is English, my understanding of consensus and unanimity, these two terms are totally different. And it's telling us that the court meant to say that consensus is actually unanimity. This is not correct. Consensus is a process.
Actually, it is the opposite what you said.
Yes, the consensus in my understanding and understanding of many people, it is a process, and it can also be flexible. You can say, okay, a person who does not agree entirely with the document or resolution can say, let's move on. But there will be changes that will be made in the future. This is how consensus works. But unanimity is when every member, every individual sitting in the group agrees with what's happening and the vote, and it is final. So let's not confuse ourselves. Thank you.
Actually, even the principle of variable geometry entails the consensus within it, because it permits those who are ready to proceed with the consent of those who are not ready. It's not a kind of a rebellion. Those who are not ready permit consent to the fact that those who are ready can proceed. So, but CTC, back to what we agreed. This is very important. This is very important. We understand that the law as it is today, the treaty will require consensus to make decisions, whatever consensus means. But there has been a step taken by Secretariat. And I remember we convened in Dar es Salaam to draft those proposals. I think you were there with that, yes. So those proposals were processed later in the council. And there was a decision that partner states make a comment about them. Now, what is the status of that decision? Because we are past the deadline.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
And I want to remind you one thing, you know.
Yes.
When yesterday I met one of the former speakers of Eala. It's someone I respect a lot and who I always talk to, because I admired his time as a speaker and how he led the parliament. So he was telling me, there is a time in the history of Eala when members considered drafting a motion to punish officials who did not correctly advise their principals. And actually that included even ministers. So I can end it there. If you have a conversation with the former speakers, maybe you'll get to know when it happened and which speaker I'm talking about. So, CTC, there was a deadline set, and we are asking you. Now, I'm asking you to mention state by state. Who responded and who hasn't responded?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I know this is a house of records. I said that the court said consensus is not synonymous.
I'm going past that. Okay. Who have commented and who have not commented?
Right Honorable Speaker.
On the amendment.
Let me also make this clear, Right Honorable Speaker. The comments are in respect of the rules, the proposed amendments to the rules of procedure for the council and the coordination committee. The amendment of the treaty is a matter that is still being considered.
I know the procedure. And I'm asking the comments that partner states were to make on the proposals that the Secretariat initiated, because it is part of the procedure you're talking about. So what is the status of that? Because we are past, so that next time we can be asking the Secretary General whether in the next council, this matter will be there for consideration.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Because you seem to treat it like something confidential. But what's so confidential about this?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Because we can even ask you to put it on the doors there that everybody can see.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The 43rd meeting of the council, which is expected to convene from the 23rd of November to 28th of November, the 43rd ordinary meeting of the council, one of the agenda items that has been placed for that council to consider is amendment to rules of procedure.
Order.
Honorable Susan, please. Honorable CTC.
What?
Honorable CTC.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker.
I'm speaking from the seat of the speaker, and you are a member of this house. Now I'm ordering you to tell us which partner states have responded and which ones have not responded. You have a choice to make.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I can provide that information tomorrow morning because I'm going to get all the comments and all the communication we have received.
You will provide that information tomorrow morning.
Right, yes, right, Honorable Speaker.
Now you can proceed.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. The other clarity I wanted to give, right, Honorable Speaker, is to do with the issue of sanctions, which was also mentioned. The Secretariat again proposed a matrix of sanctions, which were given partner states to consider. And this again is a matter that is going to be considered by the 43rd meeting of the council. So really, the message I'm putting across is that these are matters that the council is processing. And I know in due course, the assembly will get to know. Right, Honorable Speaker, the last issue I want to talk about is to do with the NTBs. There
is another issue we raised yesterday. Dr. Makame has stepped out. This committee that is supposed to be established, Trade and Remedies Committee, what is the status?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that there is need to amend Article 24, Sub-Article 2 of the Customs Union Protocol to open up the membership of the Trade Remedies Committee. The proposed amendment was shared with partner states, but none of the partner states has been able to ratify and depose the instrument of ratification with the Secretary General.
So all of them?
All of them.
Okay.
That is a matter for partner states, right, Honorable Speaker?
All of them.
But you are following up.
For the record, none of them. And this is something provided for in the protocol they themselves established, signed, right? Yes. So why don't they amend the protocol and remove it? Maybe you can advise them to remove it.
So thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. We are doing whatever we can to encourage partner states to ratify and depose the instruments of ratification, because this is a committee that is critical and has a role to play in the Elimination of Non-Tariff Barriers Act of 2017. Some work has been given to the Trade Remedies Committee, and therefore we are worried that if it is not in place, then it will be difficult to implement that particular community law. But we are putting pressure, and I think partner states have the goodwill to ratify and deposit. I thank you, right, Honorable.
Although I don't even understand properly, because this is something new that needs to be established, which provided for by the protocol, right? So what instrument are we amending and why are we amending it? Is it going to substitute something different? I don't have details about it, but I think it was one of the committees that the protocol provided for that they should be established. And actually, I was told there was an attempt to establish it, and then in the council, there were arguments whether it is taking the functions of the court of the council itself, I don't know. So what instrument needs to be amended for this Trade and Remedies Committee to be established?
Right, Honorable Speaker, what needs to be amended is Article 24, Sub-Article 2A of the protocol establishing the Customs Union, which was providing that the membership of the committee would only be 9. So we are opening up that membership, and therefore the amended provision would really open up and say the Trade Remedies Committee shall be composed of members qualified, competent in matters of trade, customs, and law, without making reference to 9, because as we all know,
The fixing of the number of 9 is by another protocol.
it is what it currently provides for. Right now, it talks of 9
By
members.
the protocol, the law.
Oh, yes, by the protocol.
And the another one proposing the establishment of this committee is another protocol.
It is the same protocol. What is happening now is to open up the membership, remove the 9 and make it possible for all countries.
So which decision was made before?
Information.
Were they, because you know, when the instruments are of the same status in the hierarchy of norms, and then the new instruments creates a new position, then it effectively amends the previous one. Maybe I could be wrong, but this is what I think this
information to CTC.
Maybe Dr. Karinda can tell us. Prof, does it require any amendment? They are both protocols, and there is no law that is superior to another because they are both protocols. The one alters the previous position, and do we need to do an amendment there?
No, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In my opinion, there is no amendment needed because even the protocols are a part of the treaty. Submit.
Anyway, so maybe
clarification, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Karon. Because you know, CTC, we are trying to see if you even illegally advise your bosses properly. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The clarification I'm seeking is in line to what the CTC has said on the opening of the membership. I would want to know why they would want to open up the membership, bearing in mind the issues we were discussing before vis-a-vis consensus and efficiency. I submit, Right Honorable.
Anyway, I think he says
Yes,
the number is limited such that, I mean, the committee is going to establish more membership than the limit is set in the protocol. I think that's what he's saying. Honorable Kennedy Mukulia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wish to bring this to the attention of the citizen and the House, that the Committee on Legal Rules and Privilege, on the report that we read on Monday, looked at the status of partner state ratifying and amending at Article 24(2) of the custom of this, what we are talking about, that deals with the amendment of this protocol. And in specific, Article 24 looks at the Trade and Remedies Committee formation, and Part 2 of it looks at expanding the number beyond the provided 9. And in the process, the committee found out that only 2 partner states are in the process of ratifying it. That is the Republic of Kenya and the Republic of Rwanda. The rest of the partner states are silent, and they were not able to give us any information as to why they are not in the process of ratifying the amendment as proposed in the amendment itself. So this is the information I want to give the CTC, and the committee is on record with that report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, that's the kind of clarity we need here. Yes, that's the kind of clarity we need, CTC.
Information.
You know? That's
Information, Honorable Speaker.
Who, Honorable Tazan?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was searching for the report we made in 2019 when we were in a CTI committee or in oversight visit in all partner states to see how far they are trying now to push for that remedies committee to be established. And the recommendation we made at that time was the assembly to urge the council of ministers to urge the partner states to conclude the process of ratification of Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on the establishment of the East African Customs Union and the deposit instrument of ratification with the Secretary General by 28th February 2020. That was the recommendation we made at that time. Now it is up to the council to follow up. And the CTC is here to advise them so that you can see how far they are and why they are not meeting those recommendations we have met at that time. I submit that to my speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tazana, for that information. Honorable Nuru, you had information to give?
Honorable Speaker, I had information, not information, but just a clarification from the Speaker. See, for my 5 years in this Assembly, Honorable Speaker, I've never seen a Speaker throwing out a member. Is there any where the powers of the Speaker has been withdrawn in the Eala Assembly? Because in other Parliament, the power of the Speaker is just to throw out the member who misbehaves. On the other hand, I want to remind the CTC of Rules of Procedure 30H, that a member can be suspended by moving a motion. And sooner we are going to set a precedence that at least members should be disciplined for misbehaving. Because since the CTC stood up, Honorable Speaker, sincerely, to clarify an issue.
Information.
I have never got one
Information.
that I have received.
Information.
Okay,
For the
Susan,
minutes he has
briefly.
spoken. Yes, Honorable.
Okay, he's not.
Yes, Honorable Susan.
I want to give information on that.
So, Honorable Speaker, we want the rules to be followed and implemented to the latter. That is why people are misbehaving, because why this council are misbehaving and the implementations of the recommendations of the House are not implemented. Who is supposed to keep those records and remind those council and bring to the minute to the agenda that there's this issue pending for deliberation and a follow-up? I'm at a loss in this.
Thank you, Honorable Nur, and I understand you really what you are saying. And indeed, those who are lucky to continue in Era 5, I think you need to change something. You need to change. You need to reject these template responses, this carefree attitude. And I believe that the front bench can see that there is a unanimity in the House in terms of that frustration. Yes, it's not about one chapter or the other. It's about the disapproval of what the front bench is bringing in the House. The usual sweeping answers, like we are looking at it, we are doing everything, you know. So the clarity. So why, first of all, the CTC, I commend you, you never miss our sittings. You're always here. In terms of the discipline of attendance, you are the best. But the answers you give every time we want your intervention, I never hear you talking the law. Or giving specifics. You have found the art of managing general responses, you know. So now that communicates to us that possibly even the ministers, you are not helping them enough. Yes, the ministers are appointed today, tomorrow they are no longer there. They change. But there was a reason why the office of the CTC was meant to be, office holder is there for 5 years that can be renewed. So even if you have a new minister, although the minister is the one to answer to the position of the council, but you should be in a position to give specifics to, you know. But you know, and then you treat something as confidential. You find it so difficult to tell us who has ratified, who has not ratified. You think, is it something so sensitive? It's public record. It's public record. There is nothing confidential about it. That's why you don't see any member objecting and say, no, that's not the information that cannot be given. And listen, we are not saying, we are not saying, all we are asking for is status. Where is You know, it's a better situation if people can process something, then they disagree at the end, or they bring a solution that we don't like, than not doing something about it. When it is on the table, the treaty should be amended. If it can't be amended, let us know it can't be amended. But so basically, CTC and ministers, honorable ministers, this House should reject these sweeping answers that take people for granted. And when we debate like this, we are making our case to the public so that they can know where the problem is. And it is very deliberate. It is not by accident. Yes. So you can conclude your comment.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, in terms of status of ratification of the proposed amendments to the Customs Union Protocol, the Republic of Burundi said they have ratified the article and shall submit the instrument of ratification by July 2021. To date, the Republic of Burundi has not yet submitted the instruments of ratification to the Office of Secretary General. The Republic of Kenya, the ratification instruments were submitted to the Parliament, and the matter is under consideration by the Parliamentary Committee on Regional Integration. The Republic of Burundi, the Republic of Rwanda, the process of ratification is about to start.
Point of information.
Whereby
Oh, it's misleading.
How? He has the records. Do you have contrary records?
Yes.
Where did you get them from? Because
Honorable Speaker, is misleading because Kenya has already rectified that and is misleading.
I think he spoke about depositing instruments, right?
Yes.
You can ratify and keep instruments at home.
Why do you have to?
Then that's not helpful until you deposit to the depository, who is the Secretary General. Before the depositing is done, the matter is still domestic. Yeah. So because it doesn't bind you against any other partner state until you deposit.
So the Republic of Rwanda, the process of ratification is about to start, whereby preparation of the relevant documentation for consideration by the cabinet is underway. The Republic of South Sudan, the new parliament is in place now, and the Article 24.2 of the Customs Union Protocol ratification will be submitted to Parliament for ratification. The Republic of Uganda, the process of ratifying is underway. United Republic of Tanzania, the process of ratification has started and is still under consultation. That is the most current position we have on this matter.
Underway in the process, under consultation, is simply it hasn't been done anyway. You can just say the ratification hasn't happened yet. Because underway and simply it hasn't been done. Yeah. Okay. So Chair Committee. Sorry, the Minister first. I'm sorry, Minister. Sorry. Yeah.
Very much, Honorable Speaker and members. I think first of all, I want to welcome my sister, even if she's not present, from the Republic of Kenya. Minister Rebecca. And also I want honorable members to appreciate the work done by our previous sister, Betty Minor. I think she did a good job for the community when she was a minister. I think those two ladies made a contribution that we have to appreciate. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the quorum, I think cities has mentioned issues that I think pertain to this consensus. There's been a meeting of the Secretary Council of Ministers of Justice, and this process had been going on to try to amend the issue of the consensus that is anchored in our treaty. Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Order said, I think when I'm contributing, I'll be contributing also as a person who is in the know, especially on this bill about the monetary union. Mr. Speaker, what we're talking is not another institution. No, it's not. This monetary union is the heart of the economies, is the heart of ESC. And as such, I think when we're debating it, we have to debate it with that magnitude that our community must put in to make sure that we get the best out of this process. Mr. Speaker, as of course we go about this monetary union, we shall be ending up with a central bank. A central bank cannot work on conditions of consensus. It never does. We are trying to manage our economies, and when we invoke the consensus rule, which I think may not even apply for this type of institution, we get it wrong. So we must get it right from the word go. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, unfortunately, could not make it. I carried another heart that had to attend to immediately. But when I was still in the House, one of the members, I think, raised the issue of the age and the number of years that we have to accept people to hold senior positions in our community. And I think we must go back to the drawing board, and I agree that we need to go to lower down the 15 years to 10 years. And I take the council to make sure that even our younger professionals have a chance to serve in this community. It's not exclusive. It's not for some of us who have seen a bit of time. No, it's also for those young brothers and sisters that want to come and they are part of the community, so we don't have to exclude them. I guess that would be discrimination, which we don't have to let go by. But going back to the point of consensus, I'm not trying to blame CTC, but I think one member country, URT, requested more time to consult on the consensus, and we said we should give them time. But I think we need also to, as I mentioned yesterday, to be very specific. How much time does a member need to make a decision? I think that's what you have to go for in the council, that when a member needs time, the question will have to be, how much time do you need? You cannot have an open-end time that won't serve a purpose either, because we're talking about just issues here, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, on the issue of AMI, this was brought to the council and went through the process. And when it came to hosting this institution, we all disagreed. We disagreed. I think we had set some parameters, but we found out that they do not serve a purpose. And for the second council, we came to a deadlock. We're going to meet again over this. And I can almost tell you that it might end up in the summit, because almost everybody wanted it, and it cannot be everybody. One country has to host it. But anyway, this I think we should again debate. And I think Kenya was very strong on it, and they said they either have it or. And so, but we should discuss this issue again in the council and get where the institution has to be hosted. Mr. Speaker, we need to, as I mentioned, we need to have the prerequisite to the monetary union right. We need to have this right. We cannot either go political or otherwise. We need to have it right, and as such, the institutions that are a precondition to this monetary union must be in place. For example, the Institute of Statistics that must inform us the position of the member countries must be in place. And so as prepare the route, it's a process that you have to get it right. If you get it wrong, we cannot afford the consequences of getting the monetary union wrong. And so all these institutions must be in place. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the issue of sustainable financing, which His Excellency alluded to, and is very, very important for the survival of this community, very, very important. The issue of money cannot simply be wished away. We need to have it. And so, Mr. Speaker, we had proposed that we contribute 65%, all of us, and then 65%. Then 35% be assessed on the partner's GDP. And if we did go this route, we would solve the problem of financing. So all of us contribute 65% of our contributions. 35%, we base it on the GDP. Why do we go this route, Mr. Speaker, sir? Our GDPs are different. And of course, it also means that some partner states benefit more than others. So it was fair that if you benefit more, you contribute more. Now, when it came to debating in the council, Kenya had reservations. And said, we give you more time to earn out to the reservation that you have. But again, I believe when we meet again, we should have to set deadlines when reservations can be earned out, and we agree on the way forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we went through these issues of convergence. Convergence, which we all know in this monetary union, must be right. You must converge on a given parameters with inflation, and there are many variables that you have to converge on. And when you are going this route, these are not either or. No, we have to get them right. If we don't converge, we cannot have a monetary union. We are going to have one currency. We know the benefits, but there are consequences if we cannot get it right. Ms. Speaker, on operationalization of the trade remedies, I think CTC gave some answers. And of course, we encourage the partner states to ratify the amendments of Article 24 into stroke 2 of the Customs Union, and of course, the deposit instruments of ratification with the Secretary General. I think a big mistake, and I'm talking on behalf of the Council, is what I mentioned yesterday. We don't have timelines. We make things political. We are going to do it. But when do we do this? I think this time we have to say ratification done when. And of course, if not when, then what? But CTC, I don't want to condemn him, but you need to also help us. You need to say, okay, Rwanda, when do you ratify this? If one does not, then of course you even remind us, remind me, remind the justice. I mean, we have so much work, let me be but we don't have too much for the community. We need, it's our community. So we need to be reminded, CTC, call me, call my colleague, this is not yet ratified, and we're going to do the necessary to ratify it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You see, that's all we are asking. Yes. Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The member of council for your responses. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the members for contributing to the report of the committee as far as the report is concerned on the East African Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Bill 2022. Honorable members, it's indeed a pleasure of the committee that your inputs are really valuable to the report itself and the bill. And that, again, this bill opened so many things that the Assembly is able to also know and able to ask. And these are the questions that we should always be asking ourselves, how we should be able to improve our community. And indeed, this bill has given us the opportunity even to learn more than what is expected of the content of the report and the bill itself. Right, Honorable Speaker, to respond to some of the suggestions and questions of the members, I start with the first, which is the years of experience for the executive secretary of the institution. Indeed, I don't want to contradict anyone here. The committee looked at that matter with in-depth and considered very many things to consider the real age at which we are expected to have the executive secretary. One of it is that this commission is one of the important commissions if we have to realize the monetary union. And the interactions of the persons that will be heading that institute, he will be interacting with high-level persons that includes ministers, diplomats from the World Bank, diplomats from African Development Bank, from financial institutions, IMF, central banks, etc., etc. So it requires some level of maturity. It requires some level of experience in order for you to be able to lead this institution. Because one of it is that in the requirement is that you should have relevancy or related matters as far as that commission is concerned, for you to lead that commission. if you do not, even if you have the required qualification in terms of education, but the experience are not related and relevant to the running of that commission, then you may not be able to be considered to head that institution. Reason being, if this commission is responsible for setting out the criteria for us to enter to the single currency area. And in order for us to enter into the single custom area, the persons will have the relevant experience in terms of Article 6 of the Protocol on Monetary Union. That indicates that, let me read verbatim, that partner states undertake to attain and maintain macroeconomic convergence. And for the purposes of paragraph 1, macroeconomics convergence shall be assessed on the following performance on convergence criteria: a ceiling on headline inflation of 8%, a ceiling on fiscal deficit, including grants of 3% of gross domestic product, a ceiling on gross public debt of 50% of gross domestic product in net present value terms, and a reserve cover of 4.5 months of imports. Because if that is not attained, then no country or our partner states shall enter into the single currency area. And the committee also interacted in Dar es Salaam in the month of June. And the report we got was that until that time, none of our partner states meet those criteria to attain the single currency area. So that's the basis under which the committee settled on the age of 15, because it's going to be that commission that will actually also monitor the central banks when they will be reporting, and subsequently including the Monetary Institute. And the age in the Monetary Institute is 15%. I mean, it's 15 years of experience. So if somebody who is supposed to also give ask maybe the executive secretary of the Monetary Institute of the work they are doing, how far it's been attained, and that's the reason as to why the committee settled on 15, in compliance with the age set in the Monetary Institute and the ages in all our partner states of the ministers, including the central bank governors of our partner states. So, but the committee recommended this, and of course we did not put it there, that this commission is going to have a deputy executive secretary, and probably there should be that provision for either gender or a young person considered, so that the person grows up in the field of that commission to deliver on the mandate of the commission. So I want to request that if we can accept to maintain the age of 15 for the start. This is a law. We can always amend it as time goes by, because it's still the beginning. It's not the end of it. So we can be able to amend it with time. But per now, we are setting it up. Let's get that required qualification and the age required. So please, my brother, if you can accept that, I will appreciate. Thank you so much. The second issue.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I just wanted to request, there is an issue that has been raised by Honorable Chairperson of Legal Rules and Privileges on the deputy of this commission. I think it's a good practice to have gender consideration taken into consideration. If you have a male, then at least the deputy to be a woman. Thank you.
And if we have a man?
And if you have a man, then if they
yes. So, but I think we are enacting the law, and you know, certain things that are growing up in terms of practice and good governance doesn't have necessarily to be part of the law. There are things that people consider politically when they are making decisions, because you cannot have everything in the law. Yes, but of course, I think with the pace we are going at, it's become almost a rule now that when the decisions are being made, these issues are considered. And we have other laws, by the way, of the community that we can refer to bring that gender balance. So I don't think we should have every detail within the law.
Clarification, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, but I think procedurally, when you have debated and the council, the committee chair is responding, it's not a form of a dispute. So he either agrees with your decision, with your proposal, or he disagrees, and then you continue to express your, when I'm talking, you sit. Yeah, so normally the rules of debate, when we debate, we make proposals, we propose amendments. When the council is, when the chair of the committee is responding, we do not open arguments again. But when we vote, you can choose to vote against his proposal. But we don't create some form of a dispute between these two. So normally on the report of the committee, the response by the chair should be the final before the vote. So Honorable Claude, I hope you are not going to talk more about what you said already in your debate, because the response has been given.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, I stand guided and I will not go back to what I said before. I just wanted to give an information and to clarify what Right Honorable, what the chair said, that we passed also another law, and it was a council bill, the East African Community Statistics Bureau bill. The way it was tabled before the House, the proposal was that we, the Director General for that bill, the minimum years of experience is 10 years. So the precedence is there. It is.
But I think in his, of course, you are going around my directives. But and I think what he said they considered the importance of this particular bill, and that aspect of comparison was meant to address what you are saying. So whether you agree with him or not is a different matter. But the fact that there are other areas where the age is lower, the way I understood him is something they considered. Yes. Are you convinced or not is a different issue. But they considered that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for also intervening on that matter. And we just considered many of the institutions and organs of the community, and equally those are that already an act, because the other bill is still undergoing those things. So we decided not to consult it, but we consulted those that are already operational. But let me proceed. Next is Honorable Gabriel. I think I answered him yesterday on the composition of the board. He was requesting that the board members be the governance of the central bank. But since this is an oversight body, because it's believed that when the Monetary Institute finally establishes the central bank, it ceases to exist. It becomes the East African Central Bank. And then it will be erroneous for us to have the bank governors that might not be there by then to be the one oversighting, to be board governors of this commission. Because once you attained to, we accept to be having the East African Central Bank, then our partner states are required to surrender some of the functions that are performed by the central banks, and they have to cede some of those functions to the East African Central Bank. And therefore, again, those who are responsible for making macroeconomic policies are the ministers responsible for finance. So it is important that they themselves be able to follow it up, and that's why the decision on making the board of directors of this commission became the ministers responsible for finance of our partner states. So that is the reason under which that clause is in there. I want to agree with Honorable Munya and the concern that the bill itself was supposed to be the first to be set up. Indeed, it would have been the first, but of course, the development of this bill took a lot of time. And you could always remember that this assembly itself has to pressure the council to lay this bill before the assembly when we were in Arusha. Actually, there was that dodging part of it, but we had to stand our ground and say, please, we needed those bills to be tabled. And that's how the bills were tabled. So indeed, I agree with you, but of course, everything we wait from council. If they delay, we also have no option other than to wait for the bills from council. There was a question, okay, it was from Honorable Mary, that if a country, okay, it's talking about the single currency area. What the bill is saying and what we know about the protocol is that at least for countries to enter into the single currency area, there should be 3 countries. And this commission is going to supervise those countries as provided for by Article, is it 5? Also, yes, those countries that enters the single currency area, should you happen to deviate from the macroeconomics convergence criteria set up, then corrective measures will be taken against that partner state, because you are required to maintain those 4 criteria for at least a period of 3 years. So countries that enter the single currency area should at many times be able to maintain their macroeconomic convergence status for at least 3 years, never to deviate from them. And if there is a deviation, then there is a requirement that the commission is able to inform you in time. And you can further go to further articles in the bill, clauses in the bill that indicates that this commission should be able to report annually on the performance of the partner states in terms of implementing the 4 macro convergent criteria areas in performing their duties. And that the report should be able to be, the report is supposed to be able to, the report is supposed to be sent direct to the summit and the assembly so that a corrective measure is taken. So that indicates that this commission will monitor those countries that are in the single currency area. Of course, the issue about quorum, etc., it's been answered by the CTC and the council member present here. And then there was the issue raised by Honorable George Odong on the consultation, the stakeholders composition. The letter sent to the ministries responsible for EAC affairs did not indicate members of parliament. And that's the reason as to why they are absent here. But some partner states took it as an initiative to invite members of parliament to go and attend without those members of parliament being sent an official invitation. And I was going to get out the invitation letter. I mean, the notification letter, which I don't have it here, but I remember very well the issues of the national parliaments was missing in terms of the stakeholders to be consulted. So maybe this is an issue that the clerks will take it up, that next time as you send in notification, please include many stakeholders so that we get a lot of ideas from our stakeholders. In terms of budget implication, yes, the committee equally considered the fact that as we create in new institutions, there is supposed to be funding to those institutions. And the issue of certificate of financial implication, the committee also considered that. However, in terms of our interaction with the Secretariat, we are informed that this is an initial stage. and that when the operationalization of this commission will be done, then the assembly will be furnished with the financial implication of this commission. So at the moment, it's the bill in development, it's in development stage, so we should be able to wait. Once the council gives directive on the operationalization of the commission, a budget to that will be tabled to the assembly for appropriation. But the committee requests that we should be able to see that there should be that proposal in the MTF, because we are budgeting, our budgeting system is continuous, isn't? For 3 consecutive years, you will see that those items are there, although you're considering for the year that is in consideration, but you can see throughout that it is there. So this is what the committee consider. In terms of amending the Budget Act, as Honorable Kakoza said, this is not within our mandate, but if that proposal is there, he can seek it from the chair responsible for general purpose if it's necessary. There is a recommendation proposed by Honorable Order on, especially our recommendation that we should be specific on what are those amendments we are talking about. We have given the annex of amendments, and we also gave recommendations that are contained in our report. We believe the council should look at the schedule of amendments, including what is in the report, for them to consider it as a whole if they are to make an informed decision as far as this bill is concerned. There is that question from Honorable Noor on the CEO, the executive officer, accounting officer. The schedule of amendments have given, they are there provided for, and the CEO, the accounting officer are all contained in the schedule of amendment. So when we go to the looking the bill clause by clause itself, we shall be able to see how those things came about. And when you look at the other thing of inserting clause 5 in page 2, when you look at the bill itself, there are some headings missing. And that's why in the schedule of amendment, we're trying to say where to insert those headings. They are missing in the bill, but they are part of the bill, especially when you look at the preliminaries. So that is a minor editorial thing that we are trying to put into consideration. Otherwise, I want to take this opportunity to thank the following members who immensely contributed and enriched the committee report. I want to start by thanking Honorable Dr. Abdikadir, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable John Cloud, Honorable Kennedy Kalonzo, Honorable Rosa Cole, Honorable Dr. Abdullah Makame, Honorable Retired General Alak Gabriel Garang, Honorable Engineer Munya, Honorable James Kakoza, Honorable Mary Mugenyi, Honorable Francois Umukiza, Honorable Order, Honorable Noor, and Honorable Rigwema, plus the CTC, and the council member present, and the speaker for guiding the debate as far as the report of the committee is concerned. Thank you. And those who raised the information, orders, clarification, those are all important persons who contributed to enriching the debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, I now put to the question that the East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Commission Bill 2022 be ready for the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you also, Honorable, the way you have handled this situation, the debate. We really commend you.
The East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Commission Bill 2022. We got item 3 on the order paper, bills committee stage. The House is now on the Bills Committee stage. The Right Honorable Speaker is in the chair. We start with clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. There is an amendment proposed by the chair. The council member is not in to pronounce himself on the proposed amendments. So I think we can only wait for the council member to be back. Well, I'm being advised that there was an agreement on the amendment between the committee and the council. So we can just proceed with that record. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Please vote. I want to hear you voting. Eh? Yes, no, you are voting, Honorable Karinda. I can hear you, but I want everyone to vote. Yes.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill, Chair.
Clause 5 be amended as proposed by the schedule of amendment.
I now put the question. I put the question that clause 5 was amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Because if you want to vote, Honorable Susan will be louder than you. And
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The clause 6 be amended as proposed by the committee in the schedules of amendment. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chair.
Clause 8 be amended as proposed in the schedule of amendment by inserting the title governance of the commission to be part of heading as is in the schedule of amendment. Thank you.
I put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 10 be part of the bills. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill, Chair.
The clause 13 will be amended by deleting the word chief executive and insert the word accounting in order for us to make the executive secretary of the commission to be the accounting officer of the commission. I submit.
I propose the question that clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill.
There is a 13.6D also be there should be a word deleted there.
Wait a moment. Where are we? Are we on 13, right?
Yeah, 13.
Okay.
So on 13, under clause 13.6D, we would like to delete the words specified in paragraph C and insert the words relevant and related to the function of the commission. This is to so that the person that qualifies has got the relevant experience that are related to the function of the community of the commission. That is the amendment I submit.
I propose the question. I put the question that clause 13.6D as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Chair, when you have an amendment, please make sure I see you in time. Yes.
Clause 14.
Sorry, Honorable Nur. Honorable Nur.
Yeah, just pass. I think clause 13, clause 13, 6D.
Is that not the one we just passed with amendment?
Yeah, but there's no 13.6D, right, Chair?
It's in on page 11, the first one.
On page 11.
Yes.
Paragraph C again. They're talking of COD. Yeah. Is it COD that
we are saying?
So you have seen it, right? He has seen it, yeah. Okay, so now we can proceed.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Are you tired? Oh, we just vote by doing this.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Honorable Mnya.
Honorable Chair, when I was debating in this clause 17, I want you to go through 17.
Let me ask you first, were you there when the chair was responding?
I was there, but this has not been included, what I'm going to say, and it should be inclusive in this.
Wait a moment. No, were you in when the chair of the committee was responding?
I was in.
CJ, Right Honorable Speaker.
I needed to be advised. Do we go back to the debate when we have?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Do we go back?
Procedure.
I'm not going to the debate, Honorable
Yeah.
Chair. I just want to mention that the inclusion, it has not been included that at 17.3, you have A, B, then C should be included, that those things which were not covered as a prerequisite in monetary protocol has not been included in this bill. They were left by partner state and they have not been done. So the assessment or to monitor those things also should be included, not only in the Article 6 of the protocol, but also those which are in the Article 5. That was my suggestion.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
I know it was your suggestion.
Yeah.
And I think the chair of the committee made a response to that.
Clarify still to honorable member.
Thank you. Maybe to respond to him, Honorable Umukiza gave a comprehensive report on which institutions are responsible for all those things that are being put in Article 6 of the protocol. We have the Financial Surveillance Bill. That is part of their functions. We have the Monetary Institute, part of their functions. We have the Statistics Bureau. Those are part of their functions. So this commission is responsible for monetary macroeconomic convergence criteria. I thank you.
So where are we? Is it at what? 17? Okay.
Clarification.
Now, I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Chair.
22 be amended as follows. The word specified period be deleted and the word specific period specified by the commission be inserted. This is for clarity purpose. Thank you.
I put the question that clause 20 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Chair.
Clause 25, 2 and 3 be amended by deleting the word 3 and insert the word 6. This is to streamline the timelines for submission of financial statements. The organs and institutions of the community have up to 30th of September, which is 3 months after the end of the financial year, to utilize and close the budget and submit financial statements for the previous financial year. It's only then that an audit can happen. I submit.
I put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill, Chair.
Clause 28 be amended, 28 subclause 5 be amended by immediately after the word shall, insert the word within 3 months of the end of the financial year. This is to specify the time for submission of financial report. The other one was plain, but we want a definite timeline for reporting. I submit.
I put the question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill, Chair.
Speaker, we are still to continue with clause 28 because there is an amendment which says that the report should.
There is another amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
Under clause 28B, where it says that the report of this commission should be submitted for information purposes only to the assembly. The committee said the word information should be deleted because the assembly has the mandate of knowing what to do with the report submitted to the assembly. So the word information be deleted from clause 28(5)B. I submit.
Procedure, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Claude.
Honourable Speaker, I thought that when we have voted and passed the clause as amended, we are amending it entirely as it was proposed in the schedule of amendments. Do we need to go back and vote for it?
Well, we are proceeding well. So I put the question that clause 28B as amended be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay.
A further amendment.
The ayes have it.
Just wanted to have another amendment on that. A further amendment on 28B.
The amendment should have come during the debate, should have been proposed by a member during the debate. There cannot be a new proposal at this stage. Yeah, we proceed.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Chair, Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House report thereto. Submit, sir.
Reports from the committee of the whole House.
Honorable members, I put the question that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the committee of the whole House.
Council Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the East African Community Surveillance Compliance and Enforcement Bill 2022 and passed it with some amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Council Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted. Submit, sir.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the report of the committee of the whole House as amended be adopted. I now put the question that the report of the committee of the whole House as amended be adopted. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
We proceed with item number 4 on order paper. The East Africa, by way of motion, East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Bill 2022, third reading.
Honorable Council Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
Seconders. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Ahel, Honorable Wijema, all members standing. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Commission Bill 2022 be ready for the third time and do pass. I now put the question that the East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Commission Bill 2022 be ready for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
An act of the community to provide for the establishment of East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Commission pursuant to Article 21B of the Protocol on the Establishment of East African Community Monetary Union, to provide for the functions, powers, and governance structure for the Commission, and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, I now want to declare that the East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Commission Bill 2022 has been duly passed by this House. Yes, I really wanted to congratulate you. I want to congratulate the Council for bringing the bill and the committee for the work you did on the bill. The Honorable, all of the committee members, the Honorable Namara, and specifically Honorable Mukuria for ably chairing the committee and helping us through this process. You did a very good job. I think you share the same sentiments with me that this is one of the bills that shall define our legacy as a fourth Eala. It is one of the important bills we have passed in our duty, our tour of duty, and we hope that the processes will be undertaken for the assent to be done and for the bill to become law. And now over to you, Fifth Eala, to make sure that it is effected. I mean, what it is intended to achieve is achieved sooner than later. Congratulations to everyone. Honorable members, I wanted to propose to rearrange the order paper. There is something I also wanted to conclude as soon as possible with the same urge I had with this bill we just passed. Can we deal with the report, the audit report? Yes. Let's get it out of the way because it is for year 2020. It's been pending for a very long time. So I think we skip item number 5 and 6. We'll come back to them, but we deal with the item number 7 first. I now call the committee chair to move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the motion that the report of the Committee on Accounts on the EAC audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2020 be adopted.
Seconders, Honorable Susan, Honorable Marie-Claire, you don't have copies? So copies you have. Those who don't have, the clerk will make them available. Okay, so the motion is seconded, Honorable Susan, Honorable Marie-Claire, Honorable Thomas, and all members standing. Honorable Chair, you can present the report and you can use the podium here.
Right Honorable Speaker, before I begin, I have to mention, thanks to your guidance, what the members have is a summary of the otherwise very bulky report, but that the big report has been forwarded to your emails. So I'll go straight away. I'll start at page 4, introduction. According to Article 134.3 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, in compliance with Rule 7.1, Rule 81C, Annex 5A of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, the Committee on Accounts undertook a committee activity in Arusha, Tanzania, from 15th to 28th May 2022. The objective of this activity was to receive, consider, and scrutinize the audited accounts of the following East Africa Community organs, institutions, agency projects for the financial year ended 30th June 2020. These are the East African Community Secretariat, the East African Legislative Assembly, the East African Court of Justice, the East African Lake Victoria Basin Commission, the East Africa Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, the Inter-University Council of East Africa, the East Africa Civil Aviation and Security Oversight Agency, the East Africa Kiswahili Commission, the East Africa Health Research Commission, the East Africa Science Technology Commission, the East Africa Competition Authority. The report covers the committee's findings, observations, and recommendations on the main issues raised. It is divided into 3 parts as follows. Part 1, key audit findings on the financial statements of the EAC organs, institutions, projects, and programs for the year ended 30th June 2020. Part 2 is the general observations and recommendations. Part 3 is the conclusion and acknowledgements. Methodology. While undertaking this activity, the committee used the following methodology. and in analyzing and reviewing the audited accounts. The following documents were reviewed: the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the 5th EAC Development Strategy, the Strategic Plans of the East Africa Community Organs and Institutions, the Rules of Procedure, the Rules of Procedure of the East African Legislative Assembly, the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations, the Council Decisions, the EAC Staff Rules and Regulations, the Audit Commission reports on the accounts of the EAC organs, institutions, and programs for the year ended 30th June 2020. The committee interacted with members of the Audit Commission and management teams of the EAC organs and institutions. Part 1. Key audit findings on the financial statements. The Accounts Committee reviewed and considered the Audit Commission report on the financial statements of the East Africa Community organs and institutions for the year ended 30th June. During this review, issues were presented and thoroughly examined. From the interaction with various stakeholders, the committee generated various observations and recommendations for adoption by the House. The budget of the EAC for the financial year ended 2019-2020 was mainly funded through partner state contributions and development partner support. The activities of the community during the year under review were funded by a budgetary appropriation of $119.14 million US, and the development partners contribution accounted for about 48% of the budget. The EAC institutions, programs, institutions, organs, projects, and programs continue to face challenges of low absorption due to the delayed remittance of funds from partner states. It is critically important that the enhanced budgetary planning, coherence, and consistency be upgraded to able to mobilize, plan, and budget for the EAC resources. The unqualified opinion for all EAC organs, institutions, and projects audited for the period 30 June 2020 was issued. This means that these financial statements present fairly in all material aspects of the financial position of the entities as of 30 June 2020. The committee appreciates improvement by all organs and institutions for the high level of financial prudence in administration and usage of the resources that are put under their disposal. During the EAC IT audit, it was observed that the EAC computer network remains vulnerable and highly exposed to unauthorized parties. The scenario causes cyber risk and needs to be fully reversed by installing additional security features. The committee remains concerned about the slow or non-implementation of previous audit recommendation, non-provision of quarterly reports to the Assembly as recommended in previous reports. Although Council has attempted to address the challenges of manpower in the EAC organs and institutions, the slow and lengthy recruitment exercise remains a concern to the committee. Several vacant positions still not filled have remained a huge challenge towards the implementation of the integration agenda. Procurement processes in the EAC organs and institutions remain a challenge. The committee observed continued breach of procurement procedures and other irregularities in awarding tenders. Gross irregularities and delays were noted in recruitment of project staff, which have delayed project implementation, and in other instances, donors withdrawing funding due to the slow start of the implementation of the donor program. The committee undertook an activity and traveled to Mwanza to assess the mechanical conditions of RV Jumuiya. Although progress has been made toward revamping the vessel, it is a considered opinion of the committee that the exercise of revamping the vessel be fast-tracked. Increased accumulation of VAT refundable remained a huge challenge. Further concern was that EAC organs and institutions have literally failed to recover from the revenue authorities of partner states accumulated VAT refunds, leading to forfeiture of activities that could have been undertaken using these VAT resources. This process has also been hampered by the fact that the protocol on privileges and immunities is yet to be concluded and finalized. Council should fast-track the ratification. Although the institutional review process has been a persistent problem at the EAC, the committee was informed that it's in its final stages since its launch 10 years ago. Many programs and activities of the institutions and organs are dependent on its recommendation. Council is hereby urged to conclude this very important matter and take into account the views of organs and institutions. The committee was still concerned that council has abdicated its responsibility of growing the EAC budget to cater for the expansion in critical activities and left the decision-making process on the budget to Committee of Finance and Administration. Many of these members of FNA are more concerned with arbitrary budget cuts and activities at the expense of facilitating the EAC to achieve its noble mandate. From the aging analysis of the EAC budget over the last 5 years, it's clear that the EAC budget is on a downward trend. It's therefore important for council to take up its responsibility and hand budget ceilings to the EAC well in advance, and the role of the FNA committee should be relegated to reviewing and fine-tuning annual operational plans and not budget cutting. Nevertheless, the financial statements presented a fair position in all material aspects of the EAC organs, institutions for the ended 30 June 2020. General observations and recommendations. The EAC budgetary expenditure review, funding sources. The budget of the EAC is mainly funded through partner states, contributions, and development partner support. The activities of the community during the year under review are funded by a budgetary appropriation of $119.14 million, of which development partners contribution accounted for 48% of the budget. Remittance annual state contribution. Partner states contribution of 32.88 million remained unremitted for the year 2019-2020, compared to 29.59 million in 2018. $0.89 million in 2015, 2016 to USD 59.05 million in 2019, 20 as shown below. It was noted that the contributions have been diminishing, leading to an increase in contributions outstanding from 8.9 million in 2015, 2016 to USD 15 million in 2019, 2020. This means that the EAC cannot properly plan and implement its activities, which may negatively affect the delivery of its mandate, and that's indicated in the table 3 there. Further, there was an accumulation of outstanding bills from suppliers and other creditors, both emanating from the delay and non-submission of budgeted funds. The funding shortages significantly impacted negatively on the activities of the community and its relationship with suppliers. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council of Ministers to speed up the long-awaited sustainable funding mechanism. 5, development partners' contributions. Receipts from development partners have been declining from 27.36 million in 2015-16 to 18.12 million in 2019-2020, representing a 34% decrease in funding despite a minor increase from 17.72 million reported in 2018-2019. This implies that some of the activities that were to be implemented using development partner support have not been implemented. The absorption of the funds from the development funds has also been noted to below. So table 4 shows that. So I'll move to page 10. The Audit Commission reported a total of USD 399,381 was returned to development partners during the financial year ended 30th June. The funds related to 4 projects that were closed without full utilization. The situation was attributed to failure to maximize the planned use of the budget funds by EAC management, coupled by late disbursements. The committee noted that returning funds without allocating them to activities they were intended for indicates inefficiencies, which could impact future negotiations to fund EAC activities as development partners' morale might be discouraged. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that the management of the EAC enhance better planning to ensure that the solicited funds from development partners are put to full use. Status of implementation of previous audit recommendations. From the assessment of recommendations made by the Audit Commission in the previous years, Audit Commission noted that on average, only 30% of the previous audit recommendations were fully implemented, 28% were under implementation, while 41% were not implemented at all. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council of Ministers to ensure that it, 1, compels all organs and institutions to implement all outstanding recommendations such that the deficiencies and weaknesses which led to those recommendations are addressed. 2, implement the previous council proposal of forming up the committee on implementation. Delays in operationalization of the pillars of the EAC integration. The Audit Commission reported that 3 out of the 4 pillars for the EAC integration do not have roadmaps with specific timelines indicating when the respective milestones will be implemented. It is only the monetary union that has met this condition out of all 4 pillars. The Audit Commission further noted that the performance assessment reports on the implementation of the 5th Development Strategy 2016-2017 to 2020-2021 with respect to operationalization of the EAC integration indicated that out of 213 targeted strategic interventions on all the 4 pillars, 117 were achieved, representing 55% of the achievement. To fast track the achievement of EAC integration agenda, all achieved targets during implementation of the 5th EAC developmental strategy should inform the development of the 6th EAC development strategy. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that a comprehensive review is undertaken to study the challenges that have led to the slow implementation of the pillars. Unimplemented Council directives. Audit Commission pointed out that unimplemented Council of Ministers directives remain a huge problem. Audit Commission noted similar weaknesses based on the record of the 40th meeting of Council of Ministers held in Arusha from 22nd to the 25th February 2021, which indicated that from its first to 39th meeting, the Council of Ministers issued 3,154 decisions and directives for implementation. However, only 57.9 of the directives were fully implemented, while 42.1% had not been implemented. The committee observed the failure to implement Council directives by partner states and EAC organs and institutions delays the integration process of the EAC. The committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ascertain the reasons and the root causes of the delays and delays and non-implementation of Council directives. 9, review of procurement. The Audit Commission reported the following irregularities in the process. Tenders awarded at significantly higher prices than budgeted costs. Tenders awarded using less competitive methods and reduced advertising periods. Loss incurred by EAC as a result of unjustifiable elimination of a bidder with the lowest price. Weaknesses noted regarding the awarding of the tender for printing of financial education implementation guide. Potential information leakage associated with contract addendum beyond the allowed threshold. The committee observed that the above irregularities notwithstanding, Regulation 44 of the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations establish an elaborate framework under which the EAC procurements are supposed to be undertaken and governed. The committee noted that these regulations and guidelines continue to be violated. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to request management of Secretariat to follow the regulations and guidelines of procurement to be followed to control the irregularities. 10, IT systems review weaknesses. The Audit Commission reported that due to lack of a strategic direction for ICT at the EAC, several ICT projects were not completed in time. There are several security flaws and breaches in the EAC ICT network, duplication of ICT services at EAC, while some systems are barely used. This increased the cost of doing business and exposed the ICT systems to unauthorized access. Audit Commission also noted that it appeared that the flaws and breaches were calculatedly designed to aid unauthorized access of third parties. Other anomalies pointed out included: 1, lack of system integration at the EAC, meaning all the systems are standalone and do not share information with each other. As a result, information is manually uploaded into the SAN system from other systems like Inspiro using the SAN Systems Connect application. Inactive steering committee, lack of harmonization of automation of business processes, lack of harmonization in business continuity and disaster recovery plans, lack of automatic backups to offsite recovery sites, lack of ICT strategy. The committee observes that the importance of ICT in shaping and determining the organ's efficiency and effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Having a viable and robust ICT structure and framework will go a long way in addressing challenges, harnessing the opportunities EAC can offer. The committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to avail resources to EAC such that the challenges addressed above are dealt with. 11, status of assent of EAC bills. Article 59 of the treaty provides for an elaborate process of assent to bills by the heads of state. Audit Commission observed several bills which have been passed by Eala but have never received assent. It was noted that apart from the council bills, private member bills hardly receive any light of day as far as the assent process is concerned. As reported in the previous year, 21 bills have not yet received presidential assent from all partner states, of which bills are passed by the House in 20.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Makam.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on procedure just to introduce a motion with a without notice to amend Rule 11 on the hours of meeting, so that we permit the member to see.
How much?
Honorable Chair.
How much of the report is remaining?
Honorable Speaker, I have maybe about 7 or so pages.
But he can finish after. We have to. Okay, so do we suspend the rule? Those in favor, say aye. Or we in 20 minutes? 10 minutes, yeah, okay. So, but he has moved the motion. The seconders? Yes, the Honorable Claude is seconding. So those in favor of suspension of time, say aye. Those against, say nay. No. So we are not suspending time. Is it, what time is it now? Okay, so we will break on the normal time. Okay, thank you. Honorable Caruso, continue.
I believe I was at the status of assent of bills. The committee observed that this is tantamount to injustice. Delayed assent of ESC laws hinders the community's efforts to fully attain the objective for which it was established. And the committee recommendation was, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council to deal with the bottlenecks that have led to non-assent of the bills, delays in passing of bills. The Audit Commission reported that a closer look at the EAC Developmental Strategy 2017-2021 noted that it had placed a reasonable threshold for Eala to pass at least 10 bills per year based on the 6 standing committees of the House. However, upon critical analysis and review of the calendar of activities of Eala for the year under review, it noted that the Assembly passed only 1 bill, namely the East Africa Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill, the East Africa Community Competition Amendment Bill, and the East Africa Community Pharmaceuticals Bills were read for the first time, while the East African Community Customs Management Amendment Bill 2019 was read for the second time. The committee observed that the delayed enactment of EAC laws may drag the attainment of goals of the community. The committee noted that various factors have led to the delays of passage of bills. These factors include delayed or late release of resources to fund the bills making process, and the delays in generating consensus among partner states. The committee notes that the Council should critically understudy these factors enumerated above and address them. The committee recommends the Assembly to ensure that it understudies the factors that have led to the delay in passing the bills and address them. Review of operations of the East African Court of Justice. The audit report revealed that the court is in sessions for a period which is less than half a year. That has led to the accumulation of pending cases over the years. For instance, 144 cases were pending in the financial year 2019-20. It is worth to note that out of the 144 cases, 21 cases have delayed for a period of more than 3 years. This contravenes provision 68.1 of the EACJ Rules of Procedure 2013, stating that judgment shall be delivered within 60 days from the conclusion of hearing, except where the court is unable to do so, and in line with best practices, that judgment must be dispensed fairly and expeditiously. The committee observed that the long delay in service delivery leads to delay in dispensing of justice. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that 1, the proposal of the court to make judges resident in Arusha is materialized. 2, as previously recommended, grant court its autonomous status. 14, fully depreciated asset before being placed into intended use at LVBC. The Audit Commission reported that the LVBC had procured through marine equipment worth $394, 486 and 35, intended to be used for research in Mwanza. These have been in store for over 6 years. However, the Audit Commission noted that the equipment had been fully depreciated before being placed into the intended use, contrary to the requirements of APAS 17. The asset was still in store in LVBC premises when the audit was conducted. As such, assets value in the books of LVBC has been significantly misstated, as depreciation charged was not valid. In addition, LVBC has not received value for money on the expenditure incurred. The committee recommends the Assembly to urge Council to approve funds to LVBC so that RV Jumuiya vessel undergoes repairs, so that the mechanical problems are addressed and it is put to full use. 15, late approval of the EAC budget for the financial year 2020-2021. The Commission noted that the approval of the budget for the
Honorable Council, you just try to read it like you are addressing the Kenya Parliament, asking for votes. And I know there are more than 400.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Audit Commission noted that the approval of the budget for the financial year 2020-2021 as one of the activities that was supposed to be carried out in the financial year 2019-2020 did not follow the prescribed calendars provided in the financial rules and regulations. It was noted that by 30th June 2020, the Council of Ministers had not presented to the Assembly the EAC budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021. The Secretary General delayed submissions of the EAC budget estimates for the year to the Office of the Clerk until the 6th August 2020, and the Council considered the estimates on 12th August 2020. The Assembly passed the EAC appropriation bill on 30th September that is 3 months from the start of the new financial year. The bill was shared with partner states on 16th October 2020 for assent by respective heads of state. As provided for by Article 63 of the EAC Treaty. Later, it was noted that 3 partner states communicated to the clerk of the assembly their reservations on the shared bill. The matter was again tabled to the Eala Commission. The final EAC budget for the financial year 2020-2021 was reconsidered and approved on 27th January 2021, 5 months before the year in question ends. This, the committee observation, this contravenes the existing requirements of the EAC Treaty and the financial rules and regulations, and implies that from July 2020 to January 2021, EAC Secretariat organs and institutions were using unapproved budgets. This could ultimately result in delays in partner states disbursing the due contributions. The committee recommends to this assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure the budget estimates are submitted on time.
Okay, it is time. So we break for lunch. We'll be back at 2:30. I suspended the House until 2:30 in the afternoon. House is suspended.
Regulations, any commitment of the budget period in question shall at that time be cancelled, or where commitment remains a legal liability, transferred as a commitment against the current appropriations. The 41st extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers directed the Secretariat to submit a comprehensive report on the management of funds received and utilized by the EAC organs and institutions from partner states as arrears for the period 1st July 2019 to 30th June 2020, and by 30th September 2020, that is the directive EAC EXCM 41 directive number 5. It further urged EAC organs and institutions to always deposit contributions and arrears for the preceding year received after September in the General Reserve Fund as required by the financial rules and regulations. And that is the EAC EXCM 41 directive number 6. The General Reserve Fund account balance as of 18th June 2021 was US dollars 10,813,848.48. However, the Audit Commission noted the following. A, unsettled borrowings from the General Reserve. A total of US dollars 2,500,096,532 borrowed by EAC organs and institutions from the General Reserve Fund to bridge the gap caused by delayed and non-disbursement of contributions from partner states had not been refunded by the time of the audit in June 2021. See table 5 below for details. So the first one is EAC Secretariat, $270,000, East African Court of Justice, $150,345, East African Legislative Assembly, $2,176,187. Committee observations. This contravenes the Directive 6 of the 41st Extraordinary Meeting of the Council of Ministers and provisions of EAC financial rules and regulations. Funds meant to be transferred to the General Reserve Fund used without Council's approval. The Audit Commission further reported that on the management of funds revised as arrears on the 27th October 2020, reference SGN 3/1, showed a total amount of US dollars 7,171,254 received from 1st October 2019 to 30th June 2020 as disbursements of arrears from partner states for all organs and institutions for the year ended 30th June 2019 was not transferred to the General Reserve fund as required by Regulation 29 of the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations, but rather spent by organs and institutions. The management explained that at the time, the EAC organs and institutions were experiencing liquidity problems. Thus, they used the amount to settle current obligations with persons in service of the community, as well as providers of goods and services. Weaknesses noted in the policy regulating the management of the General Reserve Fund. The Audit Commission reported that according to the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations, appropriations shall be available to meet obligations for a period of 3 months after the year and to meet outstanding obligations in respect of goods and services that were consumed during the year. Any payments made by partner states from 1st October onward in respect of arrears are to be transferred to the General Reserve Fund account, and consequently, any use of which is subject to approval by Council. The Audit Commission noted that under the current arrangement, there will be endless challenge as long as some partner states continue paying their contributions in arrears, which will always end up in the General Reserve. When the committee interacted with the EAC management, it reported that unsettled borrowings from the General Reserve Fund is partly caused by funds dispersed by partner states to settle arrears and are transferred to the Reserve Fund based on the Council directive. However, outstanding borrowing cannot be settled from disbursement for the current financial year running. Management undertook to forward the matter to Council so that the impact of the directive on repayment of amounts borrowed in the past from the reserve is assessed and reviewed. The committee further observed that under the current arrangement, there'll be an endless challenge as long as some partner states continue paying their contributions in arrears, which will end up in the General Reserve. The committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that EAC Secretariat abide by the current provisions of the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations by transferring to the General Reserve Fund account all collections in respect of arrears from partner states received after 30th September. Council consider revisiting the current provisions of the Financial Rules and Regulations in respect of management of the General Reserve Funds. Outstanding liabilities by 30th June be included in the subsequent year's budget, where the General Reserve Fund could be financing them as one of the sources of funds. Concerns with realization of value for money for the established EAC Ad Hoc Service Commission on Workload Analysis and Job Evaluation. The Audit Commission reported that an Ad Hoc Service Commission was established by the 30th meeting of Council of Ministers 2014 to work on part-time basis to, among other things, oversee the recruitment of staff for the community, carry out workload analysis and job evaluation exercise of the EAC Secretariat organs and institutions, and to report to the Council of Ministers. The 37th meeting of the Council of Ministers directed the EAC Ad Hoc Service Commission to submit a complete report on the workload analysis and job evaluation exercise, including the East Africa Legislative Assembly at the 38th meeting of Council of Ministers, and the directive, that is Directive 21, EAC EXCM 37, Directive 21. The EAC Ad Hoc Service Commission report was submitted and adopted by Council of Ministers in its 40th extraordinary meeting held in Arusha from 10th to 12th, 2018, EAC EXCM 40, decision number 5. The Commission noted that during review of available documentation, the Secretary General contested the legality of the establishment of the Ad Hoc Commission, arguing that its responsibilities were a duplication of similar tasks that are supposed to be performed by the Human Resource Advisory Committee as provided under regulations 37 and 84.5 of the EAC Staff Rules and Regulations. In this process, the Secretary General issued a legal opinion on the legality of the EAC Ad Hoc Commission Service Commission to the Council. As a result, the Audit Commission noted that the Council of Ministers in its 48th extraordinary meeting held via video conference on 7th May 2021 rescinded the decisions of the 39th meeting of 21st to 28th November 2019, which directed the EAC Ad Hoc Service Commission to undertake recruitments. The decision number 3, EAC EXCM 42, decision 3. Following this, Council directed the Secretariat to re-advertise the 49 previously advertised positions, that is EAC EXCM 42, directive number 1. It is worth noting that the Ad Hoc Commission had already consumed a total expenditure of $517,731 in 3 financial years from 2017-18 to 2019-2020 due to the delays in implementation of tasks assigned to it, including the task to carry out a workload analysis and job evaluation. Furthermore, EAC had hired consultants in 2011 and 2015 to conduct EAC institutional reviews, which could have been used by management to implement the proposed recommendations. Reports on conducted institutional reviews were issued in March 2011 and April 2015, respectively. The proposed recommendations in these reports could have informed the exercise undertaken, but no evidence was available that they were considered by the EAC Ad Hoc Service Commission. Committee observations. Considering the efforts deployed and costs incurred in the work assigned to the Ad Hoc Commission, there is a likelihood of wastage of time and money in the event the court rules on the illegality of the establishment of the commission. Delays in recruitment of staff to fill vacant positions may adversely affect the conduct of EAC activities and its performance, accordingly compromise the achievement of the EAC mandates. No value has been derived from the EAC institutional reviews undertaken, and consequently, the costs incurred equate to wasteful costs. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council of Ministers to address issues and/or shortfalls in the structure proposed by the Ad Hoc Commission, ensure that any proposal in changes of the existing structure and staff establishment are consistent with the expanding and evolving mandate of the EAC organs and institutions. Number 18, staffing gaps due to unfilled critical positions in various areas of operation. The Audit Commission reported that upon analysis of staffing positions at EAC Secretariat revealed that various critical positions had not yet been filled in most areas of operations, such as corporate services, planning, research and budgeting, monitoring and evaluation, administration, finance, just to mention a few. The Audit Commission further reported that a total of 42 positions that could have been filled were still vacant despite having budget allocations. The committee observations. Shortfall in staffing levels may adversely affect the implementation of the community operations as well as its performance. In view of the above staffing gaps, the adequate discharge of EAC functions and achievement of EAC mandate may be compromised. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that management of EAC endeavors to address the issues with the new structure with the aim of resolving them. In addition, the vacant positions should be filled without delay so as to enable the smooth conduct of EAC activities to achieve its objectives. Persistent failures to recover diplomatic vehicle number plates. The Audit Commission reported that a total of 188 diplomatic motor vehicle registration plates were issued by the EAC to former employees, and their beneficiaries had not been surrendered back to the community, even though the said staff had separated from service of the community, some as far back as 10 years ago. The committee observes that the policy in place to recover and ensure remittances of number plates has not been efficient. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge Council of Ministers to liaise with the relevant authorities in partner states and recall all the diplomatic vehicle number plates have not been returned. Delay to develop a policy for the facilitation of virtual meetings in EAC. The Audit Commission reported that in February 2021, the Council of Ministers directed the EAC Secretariat to develop a policy on the facilitation of persons in service of the community and partner states delegates through virtual media and report to the 41st meeting of the Council, EAC CM 40, Directive 30. This was further emphasized in the 42nd extraordinary meeting of Council of Ministers held on 7th May 2021, where Council directed EAC Secretariat to expedite the development of a policy for the facilitation of virtual meetings as directed by the 40th meeting of the Council, Directive number 4, that's EAC EXCM 42. However, by the end of this audit in June 2021, such a policy was not yet developed. The committee observation. In the absence of a guiding tool on how to handle activities held virtually, the community continues to suffer from incurring expenses which are not sufficiently supported. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that the Secretariat develops the guiding tools for activities carried out virtually so as to enhance accountability and transparency in EAC affairs. 21, that's on page 22. Hierarchy of the clerk to the Assembly. The Audit Commission reported that at the 33rd meeting of Council of Ministers in 2016, the Council granted Eala financial and administrative autonomy. However, as previously reported, the clerk who is the head of Eala according to the EAC organizational structure is at grade P5, unlike his peers, head of organs who are at executive management level D2. When the committee interacted with the management of Eala, it concurred with the Audit Commission's observations and reported that management forwarded a request to Council to upgrade the position of the clerk to executive level position to match the demands and supervisory functions of the office. This, however, has not been done, and the clerk remains the only EAC staff head of organ or institution serving at non-executive level. Management has brought this to the attention of Council, noting that Eala will be denied representation in executive level meetings of the EAC. We await the Council's decision on the matter. Committee observation. The reporting structure puts the clerk at a lower management level without authority to make executive decisions, hence diminishing the power of Eala and its officers, and Eala may miss out on the opportunity to participate in executive meetings. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to enforce compliance of its resolutions and to consider upgrading the position of the clerk to the Assembly to be at par with other heads of the EAC organs. Conclusion. Funding is a prerequisite for the smooth running of all organs and institutions of the community. The Council of Ministers should fully support strategies and programs of the EAC organs and institutions and overrule the zero increment of the budget by doing so, it will enable organs and institutions to implement their planned activity. The committee also calls upon Council to fast track the alternative funding mechanism. Acknowledgements. The committee wishes to thank Right Honorable Speaker, the Clerk, the Audit Commission, and the management of various organs and institutions for the excellent facilitation accorded to it while executing its mandate. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Kalonzo. Chair, Committee on Accounts. So, honorable members, the motion before the House is that the report of the Committee on Accounts on the EAC audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2020 be adopted. Debate is open. So as I told you earlier, this is an old report. There has been other reports after it. Some of the issues raised there either were carried forward to a new report or were resolved. So as you debate, consider that. And consider that you all have the order paper. You know what are the matters waiting. So we all have the choice to make. Either we spend a lot of time debating a very old report, or we just move faster and deal with the most pressing issues? Yes. Yes. Okay. So Honorable Susan, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Oda, Honorable Gideon, Dr. Makame, Honorable Francois. The choice is yours. We can spend this until tomorrow. As long as I can see people trying to cut my eyes, I will continue to pick you until you decide on your own not to demand it to speak anymore. Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank the Committee of Accounts, to which I'm a member, for this report. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed, we completed this report long time ago, but because of the schedule that we have as an assembly, it makes it impossible for us to perform our legislative functions as we wish. In fact, Right Honorable Speaker, this report, the size of this report is 1% of the actual report received as a committee. And it is looking like this for reasons that you guided because of time to shrink the report as much as we could so that we can go through it in this little time we have. And this goes to Council of Ministers. Chair Council, I don't know if you're really happy that we are not able to perform our mandate as an assembly because we have very little time within which to work. Ideally, we have 1 week because when we come for plenary sessions, the first week is for committees so that we conclude on our reports. And then the second week is for plenary. We've been here, literally, we've worked since Monday. We had a full day of the special sitting. So that means this plenary session is going to be for 4 days. And as we are winding up our mandate as Eala 4, we have to clear the backlog. Right, Honorable Speaker, how are we going to be able to clear this backlog when we are not given time to even work? I would like to implore Council of Ministers, if their intentions are good, to grant this assembly time to do their work. I'm not only talking about Eala 4, but even Eala 5. They will not be able to perform their legislative functions under similar circumstances. We have an oversight function to perform, but we are curtailed. Actually, we are in handcuffs because of the Council of Ministers. Council should look beyond the budget because all that Council is concentrated upon is the money issue, but they don't look at the output that comes out of it. So I would like Council to reconsider that position, Right Honorable Speaker. And also I want to thank the EAC management for this unqualified opinion. This opinion shows that actually we've stepped up our acts because there's a time when we had a qualified opinion. And I thank this assembly because it's because of our efforts that things appear the way they are. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest cancer in this community, actually where 90% of the audit queries are coming from, is the procurement. The procurement department is rotten. That's where all the problems are coming in. We've had interactions with them as a committee. They come and even laugh at us. One thing, the ESCJ let us down. This house had recommended to council to fire some people from the procurement department. Secretariat acted, court instead rewarded them. And they continued floating our laws and nothing is done. Maybe council now should help us take on the matter with the procurement. They don't follow any of the procurement rules of EAC. And the problem is still big. Actually, even in the next report, it is even worse. They have gone from worse to worse. So let's look into that. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll just comment about 2 other issues so that I can give my other colleagues chance also to submit. It's the issue of the diplomatic number plates on page 21 of the report. Right Honorable Speaker, we've had time to discuss this matter as an assembly and we made recommendations to council regarding the same. But recently, I was shocked to receive a communication from the clerk of parliament, actually to Eala members, whereby even our gratuity is pegged to these number plates, right, Honorable Speaker. I remember when we handled this matter substantively on the floor of the House, we put a proposal. I don't disagree with returning the number plates because those are properties of the United Republic of Tanzania. But members should be given sufficient time within which to return them. For example, 6 months after severance of service from the community, you arrange and bring back the number plates. It's illegal to attach somebody's gratuity.
Honorable Susan, in order to save your time, I'm not sure whether your commissioners or the commissioners didn't brief you, but that was resolved, the issue that you are talking about. So that is fixed, isn't it, honorable members of the commission? Yes. So maybe you can move to other issues that are still not resolved.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish we had received something in writing the way we received that communication from the clerk. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's about the issue of recruitment. It has come out vividly, and even in the next report is there, recruitment of staff. But I would like to request Council to also change our mode of operation. ES is the only institution where people don't grow in rank. When will our staff ever be promoted? Jobs are advertised. We rather get outsiders. We spend so much on training them. We have people who qualify for these positions and they're never given positions. What kind of motivation are we giving our staff? These people are overworked. They work until 9. But first of all, the salary is bad. It hasn't been revised for more than 10 years. We can't promote them. So how do we really expect them to work? We should not forget, one turn deserves another. We can all fall victims of this. Council, please consider our staff seriously. Consider revising the salaries. Consider having people grow within the structure. Otherwise, the situation is appalling. And finally, is the issue of the ES Ad Hoc Service Commission, right, Honorable Speaker, which is also in this report. After the Ad Hoc Service Commission presented a report to Council, all departments, all organs of ESC had petitions to Council. And this should be a sign for Council to know that there's actually a problem with this Ad Hoc Service Commission. This is one example I can give. I looked into the membership of the ES Ad Hoc Service Commission. There was no single member from a parliamentary commission, Parliamentary Service Commission, not a single one. And then they came and started determining the structure of Eala. So how can you determine a structure of an assembly when you have no clue about the operations of an assembly? And this was cross-cutting to all organs of ESC. It's the ESC Ad Hoc Service Commission that even proposed that they should remove the internal audit function. They recommended removal of internal auditors in organs and institutions of ESC. And these are the people who are supposed to help with accountability issues that we are grappling with right now, right, Honorable Speaker. So I would like to request Council to look into those petitions which were forwarded by user departments of ESC and consider them seriously. Otherwise, you are going to fail to perform because of the structure that has been proposed by the Ad Hoc Service Commission. I beg to support and request that we amend that amendment on page 21, the recommendation of the committee, by just adding that those number plates should be returned within 6 months after severance from service of the community. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, I think that's what.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like also to start by thanking the committee for a very good report and the chair for ably leading the work. And I also want to thank the ESC organs and institutions for being able to receive unqualified budget report. And also,
I think you mean the audit report.
The unqualified audit report. And then also take this opportunity to thank Eala, because this credit should be shared under the leadership of the speaker, because we made accountability our #1 priority when we came here. And I remember the first reports were qualified, so it's a good progress. But however, as His Excellency the President Paul Kagame, when making his address, the emphasis of his speech was mainly on good governance, accountability, whereas he called for expediting the sustainable funding mechanism, but he also emphasized the need to have fiscal discipline or solid financial management. So it's one thing to have unqualified audit report, but then when we look at the report, there are so many management issues that we need to work on as EAC so that we improve. Because if you compare all the reports we've been working on, there are recurring issues. For example, the issue of non-implementation of previous audit recommendations, and also non-implementation of both the council, the summit, and even the assembly recommendations. So you can imagine the time we spent, the meager resources, and then these are not implemented. In addition to that, quarterly reports are not provided. The other issue that kept on coming is the issue of staffing and delayed recruitment of some positions, the continuous breach of procurement procedures, the delayed assent of bills, the non-VAT refund, the issue of the institutional review that has become a song ever since you arrived here. It's never been finalized. And then, of course, the late remittance. And this late remittance leads to slow absorption of our budget. But when I look at the recommendations, whereas the committee tried its best, but I find that we didn't come up with some strong recommendation to address some of these recurrent issues. And allow me, as I'm about to conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, I propose a recommendation, two recommendations for addressing some of these challenges. One recommendation is to urge the Council of Ministers to direct EAC organs and institutions to strengthen internal audit planning, monitoring, and evaluation functions. So this is my first proposal, because some of these issues reflect how we are still poor at planning at M&E, but also lack of internal audit functions. The second recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has been doing scrutiny of the audit report of the Audit Commission. But now, if the issue is recurring year on, year out, same issues, I think it's high time that the council should consider undertaking performance audit, a performance audit that will look at the issue, at the systems, what are the real issues, and then also the issue of value for money. So I was proposing another recommendation that the council undertakes performance audit to assess the causes of the recurrent management challenges and value for money. With that, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the report and thank the committee. I'll be sharing you the written recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Oda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to declare I'm a member of committee, so I'll be brief. Right Honorable Speaker, one thing that the first thing I wanted to come back to is the issue of procurement. Right Honorable Speaker, this has been a problem. It continues to be a problem. So I wanted to ask the Council of Ministers to spare time and look into this because, as my colleague Honorable Susan mentioned, the issue of discipline on this is not clearly stated. We don't know where we are failing. When we recommend, when there is actually even the facts on the issues of financial mismanagement, then at the end of the day, you find that nothing has happened, and we continue to exercise the impunity in the community. So I wanted to ask the Council of Ministers to seriously, we know that this is their concern also, but we need this assembly to be informed on the measures they are going to be taking from now onwards. The second thing, quickly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have been discussing on the issue of implementation of the council directives. 42.1% is not implemented. Right Honorable Speaker, 5 years down the road now, and even before, you might realize that there are those directives which are no more actually even cannot be implemented. So if the council with the secretariat can sit down and come up with a roadmap and show which ones can be implemented, which ones we should drop, and take a serious disciplinary measures to those who are not implementing these, because it's not acceptable for our council to sit down and give directives and those who are supposed to implement not implementing it. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to inform this House that we were happy in the last audit we did. And I want to thank this to the council that at least this time they had facilitated, but actually the Right Honorable Speaker, because Audit Commission is under Eala, you have facilitated our Audit Commission to be able to audit IT. Right Honorable Speaker, the IT department of our community is very important. There are many components by which other auditors were not able to do it. But this time we had a specific auditors, professional auditors for the IT. This is something to recommend, to appreciate. Council of Ministers, this one personally, I really appreciate, and the committee appreciate. I think we are going to discuss more when we bring the report and show how impactful it is. And they had accepted to continue yearly coming up with a specific audit for IT. Right Honorable Speaker, we thank you. This you have really shown a leadership, because in all the previous 3 reports, we had been coming up with this issue, but finally, I think you agreed with the council and we have this. And another thing which I'm happy with in this, though I'm speaking on the report, which is not yet here, but it relates to this also, the performance report. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember, I think it is not a problem to mention it, but when we met with our minister, Rwandan minister, discussing on these issues, our mandate, he also came up with this idea of performance auditing. And this time we were told that they are going to start, the council and the Eala is going to facilitate the performance audit, as Ambassador Fatuma also requested. So all these two, if are done and properly done, and also disciplinary measures are put, I think we'll be discussing the audit report, which is healthy, which is really telling us the picture we are having, rather than coming here every day discussing issues of routine. So I want to also to thank our clerk and our clerks in the accounts committee. This is not an easy job. We understand, but we appreciate the work you have been doing. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to submit and thank the committee and thank all stakeholders, council, Eala leadership, audit commission. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Order. Honorable Gideon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me join my colleagues in appreciating the committee, especially the committee chair, Honorable Kennedy Kalonzo, for a work well done. Right Honorable Speaker, I have only 4 items to contribute to and 1 recommendation. So my contribution shall be based on page 6 and page 10 and page 11, where I will give a recommendation. Number 1 for my contribution is a question of non-implementation of the previous audit recommendations by the community. This is appearing in page 6 and page 10. This is a very critical aspect in this report, Right Honorable Speaker. We spend a lot of resources in trying to put in place an oversight document like this by empowering the audit commission to be able to audit the community, and we make recommendations and resolutions in this assembly so that we take our community to the better future by having accountability as we all aspire to have it. This is something that is very crucial, Right Honorable Speaker. We cannot ignore it. I think it's high time for the council to take decisions. So this report is unqualified audit report, which is good. That means there are steps taken and our staff are working very hard. But I think on the side of enforcement, we are lagging behind. And that's why we are asking the council to be able to do something more better than this. Right Honorable Speaker, in page 10, where they have really indicated the percentages of implementation, 30% and 28% under implementation, but 41% is not yet implemented at all. So this is worrisome. This is something that should concern the community. It concerns me because these are important things to be implemented by the community. I think the council really need to address these issues with the agency. Number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, on page 6, is a question of the RV Jumia. The committee has been, the assembly has been sending committees to Lake Victoria to do a lot of issues around it. Even our committee just concluded a report about this. But this question of RV Jumia, the research vessel that is lying down along the shore of Lake Victoria for 10 years, the crew has been paid all that long, and it is under the responsibility of Lake Victoria Basin Commission. A budget of sometime less than $100,000, or to that matter, $100,000, has been budgeted for by the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, but when it reaches the F&A committee, sectoral council, they will cancel that budget, and they are continuing to approve a budget to pay the crew. Is that really logic? It's not logical at all, because that vessel, it is very important for the research in this community, and it is going to waste. Now, we may be thinking of that $100,000 as a budget to repair the vessel when the vessel is maybe getting damaged more underneath. So what are we waiting for? I think that is a crucial thing that needs to be considered by the council, even if it means a budget is created through supplementary, Right Honorable Speaker. My other recommendation, let me just go for my recommendation. I don't need to really spend a lot of time because you have emphasized, Right Honorable Speaker, that there are a lot of important reports ahead, and this report is important, but we are commenting in areas where we think there's need for more emphasis so that the community move ahead to implement some of these crucial items. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to submit a recommendation to the chair of the committee with regards to a recommendation on page 11, where the committee recommends to the assembly to hire the council of ministers to ascertain the reasons and root causes of for the delay and non-implementation of the council directives. We have had the honorable member of council in his previous submission appreciating the fact that there must be timelines for us to be able to deliver something to for this community in terms of reporting. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my recommendation my amendment to this recommendation is that this is a committee recommendation on page 11. The committee recommends to the assembly to hire the council of ministers to ascertain the reason and root causes of the delays and non-implementation of the council directives and report to the assembly by 27th of March 2023. That's the end of the quarter, and that is actually in the middle of the plenary next year. Right Honorable Speaker, I support this report and I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gideon. Honorable Francois.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this report of Accounts Committee on the audited accounts of the East African Community for the year ended the 30th June 2020. It's true that this report delayed, and first and foremost, I'd like to seek clarification because this is the report, but there is also the time the Audit Commission considered, this practice and the time for the community to consider the audited accounts. We should see how to make sure the Assembly also does its work early enough so that we avoid this gap in between the consideration of the report of Audit Commission and also the practice of the Audit Commission doing its work as well. And also maybe on the title of the report, I was asking myself if there isn't something missing because it's a read report of the Committee on Accounts on the audited accounts of the East African Community for the year ended the 30th June 2020. I was thinking that they can include the consideration of audited accounts because I even asked my colleague if she participated in the audit in the accounts committee because as we are used to oversight, they don't do oversight, they just consider. They consider the audited accounts by the Audit Commission. So I was wondering what is the practice of the accounts committee on this report? So maybe the consideration of the audit accounts should come on this title so that we can also continue to encourage this consideration of the audited accounts to come earlier. And I have done kind of analysis very quickly, and they found that the end of the financial year, July 2019 to June 2020, the Audit Commission reports were supposed to take 3 months after, and then 3 months also to report. So this means 60 months afterwards. And this is December 2020. So the committee could have considered the report of the Audit Commission in January to allow, the smooth running of activities of the Assembly. And it was observed that the Assembly only enacted one bill, and this is on page 13 and 14 of this summary, because I got the summary report and the full report and tried to see why. But before this, let me commend all the organs and institutions of the community for the high-level financial prudence they took in the administration of usage of the resources that are put under their disposal. And as well, highlighted by Honorable Susan, it's something to be proud of as an assembly. Remember what we went through before to make sure accountability, anti-corruption, everything is on place to avoid qualified reports. And if we go to page 13, it's about Eala work, Mr. Speaker. The Audit Commission reported that a closer look at the ES development strategy 1721 noted that it had placed a reasonable threshold for Eala to pass at least 10 bills per year, based on the 6 standing committees of the House. Remember, this period is the period where we observed the outbreak of COVID. We couldn't ignore the COVID outbreak at that period. And also we were working online, it even took time to consider our rules of procedure, to consider our meeting online. And also, I was notified by the fact that you have other reasons also to mention on the floor of the House, that the other reason would be related to delay of the sectoral council on legal and judicial affairs to provide the required legal inputs for the enactment process to run smoothly. These bills we are considering now currently under monetary union could have come during that period, but they were just kept, because the sectoral councils also don't meet regularly. And we rely most on the Council of Ministers bills because private members' bills sometimes they're not given special attention. So that's how we are having some of the bills which are pending. They have been just tabled before the House in 2022. And the Assembly is trying to pass them before the end of its tenure. We are just rushing. And these ones are the East African Custom Management Amendment Act 2022, the East African Financial Service Commission Bill 2022, East African Community Surveillance, Compliance and Enforcement Bill 2022. There are also other bills like the East African Community Standardization, Accreditation and Conformity Assessment Bill 2022, and the East African Meteorology and Testing Bill that has not yet come. So we are just reliably informed that all the bills, except the one of meteorology and the bill on fertilizer, have been now cleared. So these are the bills that could have come during COVID period, but because of those issues, we are trying to rush to pull up here and there to make sure our tenure ends when all these bills are considered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we couldn't blame ourselves. We should just keep working on how we can, manage to cope with the small time we still have, and then we make sure we deliver on our pace without blaming ourselves. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Dr. Makame. So, honorable members, as I told you, I will let you talk until you realize we don't need to continue with this one. Yes, I leave it to you. You know, there is a saying in Kiswahili, kupanga ni kuchagua. This time I will not be the one to stop you. You will decide when we should stop. Honorable Makame.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief in my submission, Mr. Speaker. And I'll start with reference to page 7, where there are development partners' contributions. There's a table there showing the amount which was expected to be paid or to be advanced to us by the development partners and the actual amount received. And we saw that it was 45% in 2015-16, it reduced to 30%. And in 2019-20, it went to 31.7%. These percentages are not reflected. And it should be, I would recommend that these are reflected in the report, and the Council of Ministers notes that, because what it means is that we are budgeting these amounts, but what we are receiving is actually below 50%. Actually, we are ending up to get 31.7%. And then we are saying we are relying on these contributions. We really have to adjust our financing mechanism as we were rightly guided by the member of the summit, so that we rely on our internal sources more. Mr. Speaker, elsewhere, much as this one has been debated, it's an issue of the diplomatic number plates. And there, I was proposing that we have another recommendation to state that the direct the Director of Customs of the EAC Secretariat to issue a circular to partner states authorities giving directives on the local registration of previously EAC diplomatic vehicles with zero duty. Why I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, is that the issue of deregistration, some other partner states jurisdictions are making mistake and trying to impose duty on vehicles which came in duty free. And these members or members of staff of the community are entitled to duty free even after they complete their service. Then they should not be made to pay duty. Mr. Speaker, elsewhere is on the issue of recruitment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just allude again to the call to the council, because Mr. Speaker, if you look at your staffing, just look at the way we are now. There are 2 clerks on the table, none is there, because we are very thin.
And when I ask him to do something, yes, we have no one on the table.
We are very thin on the ground. So we need, Mr. Speaker, we need the council to see to it that our clerks are being overworked. And not only our clerks, but also other staff in the community. Because the other time, yes, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I was trying to finalize a report in the Committee of Agriculture. And I went to in the evening to the office of where the clerks are.
Well, sorry for interrupting. I saw Mr. Victor Walker should come back. Yeah. Can't continue without the clerk around.
And
yes. Okay. Please, Dr. Makame, continue.
And I just found that, you see, our clerks are really stretched. And Mr. Speaker, it will be just human and reasonable for the council to expedite and to see to it that the staffing is done and that we can be more efficient so that we expedite we can do our duties more effectively and efficiently. And also, Mr. Speaker, regarding the hierarchy of the clerk, this has been mentioned very well. But the committee observation, it says Eala may miss the opportunity to participate in executive meetings. It's not may miss. It actually, the Eala is missing now. And even when the clerk goes to these executive meetings, they are looking down upon our clerk because they are more senior in the hierarchy. And that is not proper because this is an accounting officer of an organ of the community. And this has to be done. And I'd really like, Mr. Speaker, if we can urge our council members to see this as an urgent, treat this as an urgent matter. Mr. Speaker, and finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about one thing, which is very general. In our reports of the community, of the assembly, sometimes we are not consistent. Sometimes you might find we are talking about partner state activities in one report, reporting in matter of Rwanda, Burundi, but they are not consistent. We maybe spend more, we put more information in one partner state, we put less information in another partner state. We need to have consistency in formats, in tables, and other areas. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just to say that our clerks, if they take note of this and try to come out with some formatting of reports which would be consistent, and so that we may be having consistent documents of the assembly, which are standard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to submit. And Mr. Speaker, before I move, allow me, Mr. Speaker, as I have the floor, to move with your permission, Mr. Speaker, motion on Rule 36, if you allow, Mr. Speaker. So without notice, yes.
Okay. Motion under what rule?
Rule 36. Rule 30, motion without notice, and then I'm introducing Rule 36. And Mr. Speaker, it's a motion on limitation of debates. As you had rightly guided, Mr. Speaker, we have some important issues in this.
Point of order, Chair.
So,
point of order.
Wait, Dr. Makam. Yes, Honorable.
My point of order, Honorable Speaker, it is not right for a member who has spoken to move an adjournment of a motion, which is no. You have no right totally. If a member has not spoken, he can be able to move, but a member who has privilege to talk himself cannot be able to gag others.
Can you quote it?
That's the practice. I'm just talking about the practice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, we leave it there. So, honorable members, let me tell you that there is, and I want to apologize for the way I continue to rearrange the order paper, because we are rushing against time. I'm waiting to be alerted about the readiness of everything that we needed to handle the supplementary budget so that we can handle it. The Office of the Clerk is working on some documents. So before that happens, I will allow just a few. We conclude this and we move to another item that I will determine if it is short enough, such that we can also handle the supplementary. This supplementary have some of the issues you will need in the coming month. I wouldn't mind if you want me to leave it to you and you handle another time we want. Yeah. So why should we really spend a lot of time on it? We are going to have another accounts report, which will have most of these issues that have been raised. Yeah. So, Council, on this debate that we just had, yes, we don't need the motion. We are going to the council now to respond to the debate that we had. If
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much for the comments that are made by honorable members, which are pertinent. I think if we draw from His Excellency President Kagame's speech, as a member of the summit, I think it was very not only strong, but was a strong guidance to us all. Strong guidance to us all on matters of accountability. And so, Honorable Speaker, I think we are here to look after public money. This public money, it's not private money. And so the public, of course, I mean the citizens of EAC need to know that their money is looked after, and I appreciate the comments given by honorable members as an oversight body over this money. Honorable Speaker, I just touch on a number of issues that were brought to this August House. The first one, which I think is very, very important, is this recommendation that are never followed up. Honorable Speaker, sir, if you have an audit that comes up with recommendations and they are not followed up, that audit is dead. It's dead. These recommendations are not simple statements of intentions. These are facts that have been discovered in the course of the year, whose attention affect next period, next financial period. And if not implemented, the problem is carried forward and becomes bigger and bigger to the extent to which it can jeopardize the operation of the community. And so I have taken note of this, initially implore Secretary General to come up with a roadmap on implementation of issues raised in the audit and who should do this. Honorable Speaker, sir, I must admit that we need also to have structured system in the council so that the council we divide ourselves who should do what. For now, yes, for now we are all members. Nobody is accountable for what, but we think we should divide ourselves so that country XYZ is in charge of audit report, for example. Country W whatever is in charge of projects, so that these members of the council of those countries can know what to follow up. Otherwise nobody cares. I mean, you can even see on this table more around and the rest of my colleagues. It's really serious. We need to change. The council needs to change, and I'm sorry that I'm also condemning my colleagues, but I think as a member of this council, I feel so frustrated when I see things done and not doing our part. But we can change. You can change. You need to have really a sense of purpose that we are serving the community and people that need us to deliver. And now there is the issue of the financials and regulations. These are guidelines that we should need to have. And I think we are going to come up with this. I'm going to communicate with my colleagues. Really to have these rules that are best practices in the management of finances. The issue of recruitment of staff, sorry, recruitment of staff is an issue that has been addressed to some extent, but I'm sorry that, as the honorable members have said, you don't even have enough staff to do your work. I think it's an issue that you can address if only we get a request on who you need to hire. And personally, through my other colleagues, we should address this issue for you. You don't have to overstretch an important organ of this ESC. So this we can address. Now, also, the issue of procurement. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think this is very serious. That you did ask us to fire some people who made mistakes or maybe blunders in procurement. And these people are still with us. I think that's not accountability. I think I would request that we get even know the names of these people through the cities. This man must help us. Cities really have to help us. So that, no, I'm very serious about this because.
But we are told they went to court, right? And the court ordered they should be back. Right? So I don't know the details, but I think this is what you said.
You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, some of us, most of you colleagues are lawyers, some of us who are in finance, this is indicative of corruption, fraud. When you see procurement that is not very clear, it's not that they do not know, no. Actually, they know. It's that there's something fishy behind these problems. And these are frauds, benefiting a few people at the expense of public money. So we shouldn't allow this to happen at all. And so I think cities should tell us who 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these people should not be part of us in this case. They shouldn't. I think we are to serve, not to make money for our own. Then the issue of the performance indicators. Mr. Speaker, I think what's happening right now, what we do is never measured against a yardstick. Is never measured against a yardstick. And when you put money on the table, budget or whatever, there is an outcome, there's a deliverable you want from that money. But right now, you have a budget, and if you look at the outcome, which is not there, then of course you end up getting nothing. Most times less than we expect, because we have not budgeted the outcome of this money. So we need to go into the performance activities of what we are doing to make sure that at least we know where we're coming from and where we are going. And so I implore that this August House and ourselves together, we come up with this culture of performance contract or performance management. The other issue that has been raised and also which I've taken note is the issue of contributions, from the international donors. This has come up in the council, and of course, to be frank with you, personally, and I think a few other members, we are not moved by this. I think the problem is that we can raise this money if you go by the formula that we did in Kate. We don't have to go begging for a community. I don't think, honorable members, I don't think EAC is short of $200 million. It's not definitely. This money, we can raise it. The question is, we have to agree on how to raise this money. Otherwise, if German or other country that has been contributing, I think it's high time that we pay for our bread. We don't have to be begging bread, especially for this esteemed institution. We don't believe this should be something that shouldn't even worry. So even if it is zero, we can make up for that to zero. If they come in, fine. If they don't, we need to move on, because it's our community, it's not their community. Why should we be looking for them to help us? Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of staffing which you have mentioned, I would want to implore our cities to give us really what you need in the parliament. Or as some of members said, the clerks are working. We should not have anybody work for anybody else. No, people should do what they're supposed to do without necessarily breaking it down when you can afford to pay an extra 1 or 2, 3 people to share the work. And I think that should look at, but as I said, my brother here should guide us on which way to go. Now, the other issue, Mr. Speaker, is the salaries. I think I agree that we need to go back to the drawing board. You have somebody serving for 5 years, constantly, no promotion, no increment. This does not happen in employment. Of course, increase those that are doing very well. For those that do not, they should not even be there in the first case. I think, no, the word they belong to rewards and punishes. So the issue, we have to be very serious. So I think we need to have scales. People should be moving up according to performance. And those that do not, we need to be very serious on the members. Those that do not get out. I think here we have a contract, 5 years, it's like guaranteed. So we signed some years the other day and asked them, we are signing contract against what? And this is no measurement. So the person has 5 years in Arusha, and after that, whether he does nothing or she does nothing, no, we should be measuring their performance and we reward them. And by the way, punish them, tell them we can give you a termination not to 1 month or 2, like these procurement officials. then they go back home. They can go back to their countries, wherever, Uganda, wherever, and they get jobs. But you see, without consequences, we have simply a sleepy institution that won't serve the purpose. I don't think we should belong to that type of institution. Well, I think we are more civilized than accepting this mediocrity among us. No, I'm sorry I'm being hard, but I mean it. I mean it. Yes, I do mean it. And so I think cities should help us, the issue of restructuring of the salaries. If somebody gets in year one at X dollars, what should the person be earning by year 5? Of course, against performance measures. Don't bring one side without the other side, 2020 work. If you ask for more dollars, what are you doing for the community? If nothing, then as I said, why should you be there in the first case? And the same is true, even for promotions. You come in as a director, maybe by the time you finish 5 years, you are senior director, but the person is constant, as if nothing is happening. When he gets out, it's not even good for the person, because he wants a promotion in another institution. How does he get promoted? Director, constant 5 years, maybe want to go to UN or maybe AU, and you begin afresh again. It's not fair for the person. So I think we need to be fair to these brothers that have been recruited in institutions. And so, Mr. Speaker, personally, I've taken note of this, and I think CTC should help us to come up with the actionable measures to address these issues. You cannot we are people that can do things better than I think we are doing. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Honorable Kalonzo, I believe your response can be brief because basically every member that I heard of supported your report. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will be as brief as I can. And I have received the recommendations, the amendment from Honorable Gideon and Honorable Makame and Ambassador Fatuma. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think let me just go straight away and appreciate the members who have contributed. I'll begin with Honorable Susan, Ambassador Fatuma, whose recommendations I've taken note of, Honorable Order, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, Honorable Francois, Honorable Makame, and Honorable Chair Professor Manasseh. Right Honorable Speaker, I will really do a disservice to our Accounts Committee if I don't express my gratitude on the support I've received from our Chair Council here, sometimes under very difficult conditions. But whenever this committee needed to work, he was always available to support us. I do not take that for granted, and I cannot thank you enough. So, Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my committee and the House and all the members who've submitted, I want to thank the Council Chair, and I submit.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Kalonzo. Honorable members, the motion before the House is that the report of the Committee on Accounts on the EAC audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2020 be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I also want to join you to commend the remarkable progress that we are registering in our accountability systems, despite a few challenges that we shall continue to fix. And I can see members of the Secretariat in the gallery. We know what you are doing, the efforts you are putting in to improve the accountability system in the community, and we thank you for that. So we shall continue to work together. The Assembly shall continue to support other organs to make sure that the way we spend the resources of the community are properly accounted for. Now, as I said, I would wish that we handle the supplementary today but I'm not sure they are ready. Ambassador Fatuma, I will make sure that before we finish this plenary, we handle at least one of your reports. And thank you for your understanding, because I kept speaking your item. I looked at the size of your reports, and I think if we start one of them now, then it is as good as suggesting we want to do anything today. But I will make sure that at least tomorrow morning, we start with one of the reports. Then we can handle the next at a later point. I suggest that we handle one item that I believe is so dear to some of the partner states in the community, and that is item number 9. Very quickly, as we wait for GP to be ready. Item number 9. I think the clerk should call it first.
Item 9 on the order paper, motion for the resolution of the Assembly to support the ongoing EAC, East African Crude Oil Pipeline Project, EAPCO, by way of motion.
Yes, Honorable Kakoza. And before you start, we shall also, because I know this is something dear to all of us, that is why I decided to give this priority, but we will also be fast enough so that we can handle the budget when the office is ready. Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I move a motion for resolution of the Assembly to support the ongoing East African crude oil pipeline project moved under Article 49(2)D, 93D, 1012A, 1142CV of the treaty, and our rules of procedure, Rule 26 of the rules of procedure of the Assembly.
Guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mary Mjeng.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have a copy of this very important motion that we would like to contribute to.
Yes.
I am seeking guidance.
Office of the clerk, did you, I think you supplied it. Mr. Wimire, we can find a copy of this, right? As the member continues to read the motion, copies can be made. So, seconders, Honorable Mnya, Honorable Susan, Honorable Makame, Honorable Magembe, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Tazana. So, Honorable Kakoza, you can continue. We can proceed with the motion.
Thank you.
Members will be given copies shortly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Whereas under Article 93D of the treaty, all partner states undertook to closely cooperate amongst themselves in the field of maritime transport and ports with respect to the coastal partner states granting easy access to port facilities to landlocked partners, among others. Whereas Article 1012A of the treaty, partner states agreed to cooperate in the efficient exploration and exploitation of fossil fuels, amongst other various energy resources available within the region. Whereas under Article 1142CV of the treaty, partner states committed to adopt common policies to ensure joint fossil exploration and exploitation along the coast and Rift Valley as part of their concerted measure to foster the cooperation within joint and efficient management and sustainable utilization of natural resources within the community for their mutual benefits. Noting the progress made by the Republic of Uganda and the United Republic of Tanzania in the implementation of East African Crude Oil Pipeline Project, ECOP, A capital investment of some $4 billion, represent the largest ever inward investment into the two countries, and which runs 1,443 kilometers from Kavale, Hoima district in Uganda to Chegorian Peninsula near Tanga Port in Tanzania, and is a thermally insulated 24-inch pipeline along with 6 pumping stations, 2 in Uganda and 4 in Tanzania, ending at Tanga, where the crude oil will be loaded onto tankers to be sold onwards to world markets. Convinced that the project is a natural resource revenue base, which will upboost the economy of Uganda and Tanzania, will provide new infrastructure development, logistics, employment, and greatly contribute to the uplifting of the livelihoods of the communities along the route and the prosperity of the citizens of the partner states and the East African Community region as a whole, and reduce the dependence on external funding, thus enhancing our economic independence. Informed that the European Parliament adopted on 14 September 2022 and a joint motion for a resolution alleging violation of human rights in Uganda and Tanzania, major environments and climate threats linked to the execution of the ECO project, serious adverse impacts for communities within the oil extraction in pipeline areas, and calling upon the government of Uganda and Tanzania, the ECO project promoters and stakeholders to put an end to the extractive activities in protected and sensitive ecosystems, including the shores of Lake Albert, and to explore alternative in line with international climate and biodiversity commitments, amongst others. Observing that the resolution was adopted on the basis of unsubstantiated claims and accusations, and without prior engagement with the legitimate representative of the people of East Africa. Further observing that while the carbon pollution is a serious cause of climate change and its adverse effects on the environment, this pollution comes from just few countries, some of which are members of the European Union, and these partner countries in respect of energy supply, including fossil fuels, as it was established by the last report of the World Meteorological Organization. And according to Climate Watch 2020 report, the Republic of Uganda and Tanzania contributed only to 1.0 and 0.2 metric tons GH emissions per capita, far behind every single member of the European Union. Noting that none of the East African and East African civil society organizations referred to by the joint resolution of the European Parliament has ever petitioned the East African Legislative Assembly on alleged human rights violation and the claimed adverse impact of the ECO project on local communities and the environment. International-based standards has already laid down the signed host government agreements, encourages Republic of Uganda and United Republic of Tanzania to mobilize additional East African community-wide investment so as to ensure timely importation of the ECO project. I beg to move.
I thank you, and in the interest of time, I don't think you needed to justify, because anyway, you can justify, but make it brief because the motion should be self-explanatory. But right. You did. I think you didn't read the prayers, eh?
Yeah, let me.
You read
was
the
an
prayers.
oversight on the copy. Right, Honorable Speaker. Now, therefore, let me read the prayer and then justify. It's an oversight. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with Article 49(2)(d) of the treaty, the Assembly expresses its strongest support of the implementation of the ECO project for mutual benefits of the partner states and the prosperity of the entire East African region. Encourages any group persons or communities by ECO project to always channel their complaints to their legitimate representatives in the national assemblies and petitions of Eala, reiterates its readiness to engage with all project stakeholders to ensure that the ECOP is implemented in accordance with applicable international-based standards as already laid down in the signed post-government agreements. Encourages the Republic of Uganda and the United Republic of Tanzania to mobilize additional ESU-wide investment so as to ensure timely implementation of the ECOP project. Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to waste a lot of time. One of the two major, I am just firing, right, Honorable Speaker, that one of the two major components in this, where really we have as partner states to be serious, is when you look at the report we have of 2020, all the continent of Africa in climate change pollution emissions, we submit only 1.5%, the 52 countries, the emissions. But European Union, all the people in the European Union countries, they submit 25% emission in the atmosphere. This shows you that really somebody antagonizing this project with the low emissions, we must find out the agenda. You know, I have a saying in my culture that when you hear a stepmother crying more than a mother, a biological mother of a kid, then there must be something funny. You question yourself, why is he crying more than the mother? My last submission, this is a source of a revenue base in partner states. And it's a commodity whereby it can help the economies to grow in the partner states. And why do these people get concerned more than we, the partner states and the citizens who are not, who are the part of the beneficiaries? I think this is quite a serious point we need to analyze. And two, the good thing yesterday on 2nd, all the Caribbean Pacific members of parliament passed a resolution which was moved by the Deputy Speaker of Tanzania, and they agreed that this project must continue without fail. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. The motion before the House is for a resolution of the Assembly to support the ongoing East African crude oil pipeline project, EACOP. Debate is open. Honorable Mnya, Honorable Kalonzo, Honorable Mary, Honorable Alak, Honorable Makame, Honorable George, Honorable Leontine, Honorable Musamali, Honorable Susan. This time I will be telling you, you end there and you end immediately when I say that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving opportunity to debate in this very, very important motion for the whole East African and in Africa in particular. Mr. Speaker, that day of 14th September this year, when the European Union resolved this that is a violation of human rights for Uganda and Tanzania to build that oil pipeline, it was a very sad day. And it was a sad day for Africans in particular. We are always trying to find means to be independent, not to depend on them. Even this assembly, in many cases, we have seen in the account committee that we rely on donor funding. Now, there is a project whereby East Africa in particular, not only Uganda and Tanzania, will benefit from this project. And now, our colleague in European Parliament they are saying that we are violating human rights. Mr. Speaker, I was trying to find the real argument based on that. I found they have 4 arguments and mainly 3. Their argument is number 1. They say that the land which will be used for this project will be taken from our people, which they use them for cultivation and farming. That means they will have no opportunity to use that land. This argument is really true. They have another argument that the animals, they will have no place for feeding animals, which also cannot hold water, all these 2 arguments. The pipeline is 24 inches wide. The trench which will be used, and it will go deep, it will be not on the surface. It's about 2.5 to 2 meters deep. Yet they are saying that is an environmental problem. Mr. Speaker, their 3rd argument, they said that when this project starts, it will emit 34 tons of carbon dioxide, which is very dangerous for the atmosphere. This is very surprising that the European Parliament, we regard them, they are very much educated people, yet they don't know to date that carbon dioxide today in this world, in this technology, is used to process many things. If this project will emit 34,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year, that means is another source of income for Uganda and Tanzania and Africa in general. Where do we use carbon dioxide? Carbon dioxide, Mr. Speaker, is used to process fertilizers. Carbon dioxide is used to process automobile system. Carbon dioxide is used also to process medicine, methanol, organic, and other things. And I know today in Europe, without mentioning the particular country, there is a country which is using coal for generating power in Europe, and is a member of the European Union. That country, the main source of electricity is coal, and coal is polluting a lot in this world. But they have built a mechanical plant whereby the carbon dioxide which is produced there, they do process with that carbon dioxide, and they are getting a lot of other products which are useful for this world, including sulfur. How come today the same people, they are arguing that it will produce 34 million tons per year, while they know that if that will be also processed, is another byproduct, not only that crude oil. Mr. Speaker, sir, we, in my party as a Tanzanian, and a speaker from Tanzania, we are used with these baseless arguments. We had this Minjingu factory in Babati. When Tanzania wanted to build that factory, the same people, same NGOs, same CSOs who are financed from Europe, they had the same argument. And this argument today, it started from Ugandans. There are 6 Ugandans together with the NGO of France. They went to court there to sue the government of Uganda in France. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Minjingu project had the same problem and is still there, and the bad states are there, and nothing, no environmental destruction, and the Tanzania government is benefiting from that factory. Same as Stickler's Gorge. We have also environmental impact assessment, which they are working in Uganda and Tanzania. Why people, they want to stop us? Do they want to be always dependent on them? Mr. Speaker, in fact, let me convey my sincere appreciations to the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Tanzania, Honorable Musa Zungu, together with the Speaker of Uganda. In their motion yesterday at Mozambique, Maputo, when this Caribbean, African, Caribbean, Pacific, European Union Parliament, joint parliament, when they passed the motion to allow the government of Uganda and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to continue with this project. And this is something.
Okay, Honorable Mnya, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
I support
Okay, thank you.
the motion.
And I can see you are really very. Okay, Honorable Kalonzo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me first immediately declare that I support this motion. In fact, when this news broke, I had hoped to be able to address it, but because of our time constraints, it is coming now. But nonetheless, it is okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I find that there's a saying that says, people who live in glass houses should not be the first ones to throw stones. These states that are against this project, if they had any goodwill at all, they should first bring back all the wealth that they took from Africa. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak, there are museums with African artifacts on display. And if you ask them, from who did you get this? There is no answer. There was no willing buyer, willing seller. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I support this motion and I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Makame, because you are the co-sponsor of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to air my voice and justify this motion. But as Honorable Mnya has spoken, I will just be very limited so as to allow others, and also because we are having time constraint and other business to carry out. Mr. Speaker, this motion indeed is a very timely motion because as we may recall, just 2 days ago, we had a member of summit here and we were talking about self-reliance. And this is how we are going into self-reliance and sustainable utilization of our resources in East Africa. Now, the people who, according to one author called Walter Rodney, wrote a book titled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Now, in the quest of us trying to move towards development, they want us to remain where we are. Mr. Speaker, this is not acceptable. And actually, Mr. Speaker, they are using baseless information, as according to my brother, Honorable James Kakoza. Some of the information they're saying is that the people whose land is being, the pipeline is going to pass through have not been compensated. But actually, we can say confidently, Mr. Speaker, that our governments committed and have actually compensated more than 70% of the people as to now. And the remaining are in the process of being compensated. And that project will be implemented once everyone has been cleared. And that is a commitment of the government. But these people are coming with the baseless issues of human rights, which are not there. But actually, Mr. Speaker, what I was thinking, we are having serious problems in the world and actually happening in Europe right now. Look at the war in Russia and Ukraine, causing havoc to the global economy. Prices of fuel have gone up. Europe itself is going into winter and they are fearing that they are going to be having a cold winter because there are no supplies of gas from Russia. Everything has gone up, flour has gone up. The economy, the world economy now has an inflation. Now, Mr. Speaker, sincerely, if they had to look at a problem affecting the world and affecting Europe, why are they coming to Africa and this part of the world and alleging that we're having climate issues while we did a climate an impact assessment on climate and the environment, and we're trying to just set ourselves free. So, Mr. Speaker, Accordingly, I would like to, I'll liaise with my brother to just put an additional call for prayer from this house that we call upon the EU and the Parliament of EU to deal with problems that are affecting the global economy and peace and issues in EU.
You are the mover of the motion, so you cannot be the one to amend it. Keep it as it was.
Okay, but because thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
don't mix up issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Let's focus on the pipeline. We don't need to bring in Ukraine and whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I thank for the opportunity.
Thank you. And
before I resume, I said just to talk about the refinery. That we are going to have a refinery in East Africa, so that we are going to develop the crude oil now in East Africa, and we are going to to process East African and use East African, and that will be good for the region. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of the East African oil pipeline, to me, leaves me speechless. And I remember I was on one of our major radios debating on this issue, including our members of opposition, very serious members of opposition. And for once, I think that this is a matter that united us. Whichever political differences you may have or where you belong, but this is about the welfare of our people. ECOP is about employment for our people, is about an opportunity for us not to be asking for donor funding, issues that we deal with here every day. Indeed, to me, this is really a continuation of colonization of this continent through our economies this time. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be one of those who normally would not want to listen to conspiracy theories. But this is one of the issues that really stuns me. And I just say, these guys out there really have an agenda to keep this continent under their feet so that we can continue to be beggars, and any opportunity that can be available for us to create our own wealth, to create employment for our young people, so that they stop now going to their countries to look for opportunities so that they can find them here in our continent. I mean, just to look at an example of things that they erased. Issues of environment. Let me look at one by one. Issues of environmental impact. How much carbon is this continent emitting compared to what is happening in the developed world? How can you not allow us to exploit our own natural resources so that we can help ourselves and stop begging from you? To me, this is just rubbish. It's actually rubbish. And they should be ashamed. And this continent must condemn it. Issues of other environmental concerns. Studies were done both in Uganda and Tanzania. And this project impact assessment was passed the test. We met the conditions, both countries. It's on record, it's on books. And now you just stand in Europe, in your parliament, and you actually have the audacity to pass this kind of resolution. Who are you, for God's sake? Mind your issues. Just let us do our own things. Let's care for ourselves. Let's fight our own poverty. Poverty is a human rights violation. And they are the same people who will quickly point out this. These countries are poor. Because they are poor, people's rights are violated. So how do we get out of poverty? You're just telling us what to do. And the moment we find ways of dealing with the issues, we want to tie our hands down and put us down again and sit on us and continue to sit on us. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to speak more about this. To me, this project is about the welfare of our people, is about poverty fighting, is about our own identity as people who are determined to work for themselves and stop begging. And I must repeat, this continent cannot continue to beg from Europe just because Europe thinks it is wise and can continue to use our negative forces and come up with these useless resolutions. It must be rejected. I therefore want to end by thanking Honorable Kakoza for this motion, and I support it, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Honorable Alak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this motion for the resolution of this assembly to support the ongoing East African crude oil pipeline project. So I thank my brother, Honorable James Kakoza, for having raised this motion. In fact, with my knowledge about how oil is exploited, there's no problem in this. If 6 or 4 people from Uganda or from Tanzania have gone to Europe and complained that our environment is being destroyed, and then convince some MPs, then they go and make a resolution. But this is answer here, in that those identified to be displaced in Uganda and in Tanzania are being compensated. And the environment will be taken care of. The world in the oil exploitation operates in a way that there are human rights groups that push politicians to take decisions. But that should not be a worry, as long as you are taking your own precautions. People will talk somewhere, but you are doing your work. But what is important is to improve really pollution in your own environment. So I don't even see a big problem here. Some people sitting in the European Union and they pass this, it should not be a cause for worry. The project must go on, and the countries where the project is passing, they take precautions so that the environment and people are protected. That's how the world operates. Someone will be talking somewhere, but you don't care. Do your work efficiently and effectively. It is in the treaty here, Article 101, where it is said we have to exploit our oil in an efficient exploration and exploitation of fossil fuels. This is in the treaty. And if the countries are taking precautions, you don't worry for whoever runs to Europe, runs to where, to make noise. It happens like that, even in Europe. I've studied some petroleum management in Norway, but the human rights groups are working through Greenpeace organization. They say, since the exploitation is started on, in the North Sea, the fish even has declined. They put a pressure on the company, they put the pressure on the government, so that the government and the company, they do their work efficiently. So it is not a cause for worry. Let's go on with this project, as long as it is, people are benefiting from it, but let us take care of our environment. You don't mind of anybody crying from anywhere. So I support this motion that the project has to go ahead. It does not mean that if Europeans have sat somewhere, then you stop the project. Why do you stop it? You are also taking care of your own people. The people where the project is passing, they are not in Europe. They are your people. And you are representatives of people. So I support this motion. It has to go ahead. And let us not worry. That's how the world operates. And we must conform. So you don't mind about 5 citizens that have gone there and then convince some MPs. So let us really get to the standard of how things are done in some of those countries. It is through pressure. But as governments, we do our work efficiently and effectively to the benefit of our people. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Honorable Odongo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to debate this very important motion by my colleague, Honorable Kakoza. And thank you very much, Honorable Kakoza, for this motion. It's very timely. Right Honorable Speaker, first things first. Are there environmental concerns? The answer is yes. But does the project pass the test? The answer is yes. Have we had a full stretch of the technical assessment of the project? The answer is yes. So what is the problem? Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to address ourselves to facts. The European Union, China, and America are responsible for 80% of our carbon footprint. The rest of us, the small countries, contribute a very, very minimal percentage. Honorable Speaker, can give you some very good data, statistics to inform our debate here. The East African oil pipeline is envisaged to produce about 250,000 barrels of oil every single day. America produces 13 million barrels of fuel every single day and consumes 20 million. They have a deficit of 7 million barrels of fossil fuel every single day. Norway produces 2 million barrels of fossil fuel every single day. China produces 15 million, consumes 15 million barrels of fuel every single day. Now, there are those who are making reference to IAEA. That's the International Atomic Energy Agency that has said we should stop the production of fossil fuels. What essentially that means that we should maintain the status quo, so that those who already are producing continue to produce. And then the rest of us who are poor but have the resources continue to remain poor. That's basically the interpretation of this position that is being cited by the green energy activists to say we should stop the production of fossil fuels. Right Honorable Speaker, the East African Community Oil Pipeline is going to produce a total of about, it's projected to have about 6.5 billion barrels, of which 1.5 billion barrels are the ones that will be recoverable over the period of 25 years. This is a very insignificant amount of fossil fuel. And even when you look at its carbon footprint, you cannot compare it to the carbon footprint of all these other giant oil producing countries that have continued, by the way, to produce fossil fuel. So this selective approach that has been used by the Western powers is an attempt to conserve poverty in our countries. Yes. It's a ploy to make sure that we continue to be poor, so that we are net consumers of their products, so that we continue to import their products. Remember that this oil is not just about oil. There are so many other products that will be produced, including gas, which is environmentally friendly. Now, if you look at our countries, and I think that motion was brought on this in this house some time back, when we are looking at environmental degradation. And one of the things that we cited was that poverty was driving the ordinary people to cut down trees. And yet this oil pipeline would generate revenue that is reinvested to drive poverty out of our countries. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is going to be 1,000 kilometers of road infrastructure that will follow the oil pipeline. That road network is going to open up the East African community. Our people are going to trade more, our people will get more connected. We are going to generate more revenue from trading between our people because of the investment that will come up on the oil pipeline. I think this is the big picture that we must be looking at. And Right Honorable Speaker, I am first of all happy that this resolution has come, because it has now reminded us that we have been left to our own devices as Africa, and we must wake up to that call. And if we don't rise up to that challenge, these people don't care about you. And I really sympathize with those who think that our solutions are going to come from the West. They are not. This country where we are today is an example of a country that resisted too much influence of Western models. And today we are talking about the change that we are seeing here, simply because they have decided to say, let us domesticate our solutions. We need to generate our revenue and be able to invest in our people to change the lives of our communities. The whole of Europe and America has developed through exploitation. In fact, they have no moral authority whatsoever to lecture us on how we should develop, because we are far, 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 far away. Then the environmental question has been addressed. In fact, we are lucky that we are extracting this oil at this time, when the technology that is being used is now advanced, very much advanced. This oil pipeline is dug 6 meters deep and is going to allow for normal, movement of people, of animals. It's motorable. You'll not even realize that there is an oil pipeline deep down there, 6 feet down. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think that as an assembly, our message should be that the East African community should use its resources responsibly. We have to be sensitive to our environmental concerns. Let us stick to the technical reports that have given a bill of good health to this project, and ensure that we implement the East African oil pipeline within the limitations of the recommendations of the the technical environmental report. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Dongo. Honorable Leontine.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important motion. First of all, since it's my first time to speak since we arrived here, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Rwanda chapter and you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the warm welcome which has been extended to us since we've arrived here. We really enjoyed Kigali, and thank you very much. Yeah. I would like to take this opportunity to add my voice to this motion. This motion is very important, Right Honorable Speaker. This mega project will not only benefit the two countries where it will be implemented. This is an East African project. This project is coming for the whole of African continent, Right Honorable Speaker. All of us need to join our effort together and support this project in any ways. Right Honorable Speaker, the problem of climate change, which we are going through, most of it has been caused by the European countries, and they are not doing anything to compensate what we are going through. But this project, because it's coming to support our communities, our countries, is being fought, and it will be fought seriously. That's why, for us East African and Africans as a continent, we need to open our eyes. When you see a European bringing money to promote homosexual behaviors in our country, this is to distort our communities. This is to change our mind, our way of thinking, our way of being together, the union of the unity within our community, to distort the unity within our community. So, Right Honorable Speaker, whenever you see European supporting something, we need to be careful, look at it properly. There is something being hidden behind. For countries who have been embracing homosexual behavior, be careful. This is a way of distorting our unity, our culture, our moral behavior. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to open our eyes, and I would like to call not only the two partner states in which this project will be implemented, all of us will come together, we stand together for this project, because it's coming for the benefit of our community, for the entire East African and the entire African continent as a whole. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leontine. Honorable Susan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Kakoza, for this timely motion. And in fact, I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, that despite the very packed agenda that we have, we've found time for this important motion. Right Honorable Speaker, when I read about the European Union Parliament resolution, which claimed human rights violation and climate risks, among other things, all of which was because of the ESC crude oil pipeline, something came into my mind. And in fact, that's the fact that the European Union Parliament was over ambitious. As an assembly, a regional assembly, most so for the East African community, we are the #1 well-wishers for this oil pipeline. And I want to say that we are standing in solidarity with the people of East African community and the students actually who took to the streets to oppose the resolution of the EU Parliament over this pipeline. Right, Honorable Speaker, in law, there is always what they call territorial jurisdiction. We are talking about a project that is in the East African community, and our colleagues in the European Union have forgotten where their territory actually is. It shows that they're idle and disorderly. EU has serious issues they're grappling with that they should be paying their attention to. The euro is crumbling to the ground, and instead of handling such issues, they're on the crude oil pipeline in the ESC region. In fact, as legislators of the East African community, Our colleagues from the EU owe us an apology because they should have followed the right processes if they were aggrieved in any way. They should have petitioned this parliament. They should have come and talked to us as legislators in the region and put their concerns on table, and we would have been able to address most of their concerns. So basically, they are over-legislating, and they should activate a reverse gear, go back to EU, focus on the issues that affect the people of the European Union. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would also put it on record. Most of the European economies were built on our resources. They came, they plundered our economies. They literally took everything that we had. They made sure they left us nothing, to the extent that they even had to take the golden tooth of our hero, Patrice Lumumba. They even took the tooth. It was that bad. And now that we are trying to revamp ourselves, it hurts them so bad that they want to stop a $4 billion project. As legislators, we are not going to allow this to happen. We've seen actually, before the East African Court of Justice, actually last year I was looking through the matters that were before the East African Court of Justice, and there was this case, there was an application number 29 of 2020. And this application, they were seeking an injunction to stop the construction of the pipeline. And also there is a reference in the East African Court of Justice, reference number 39 of 2020, where 4 civil society organizations, which are heavily funded by our external donors, are trying their best. They're trying their best to stop the project using our own courts because they want to pull off their selfish motives. And I hope our court is alert about the intentions, in fact, the ill intentions of these people. And we are not going to watch and let it happen. As representatives of the people of East Africa, we are ready to protect the East African citizens. We are ready to protect our environment. We don't need help of anyone external for whatever reason. We are up to the task. We know what is good for our people, and we have the local solutions. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we are not the first people to have a pipeline. In Europe, I see when they come to collect crude oil from Africa and maybe from the Arab countries, most of the ships dock at Rotterdam. And then the crude oil is carried forward to their countries using pipelines. So why should it be a big deal when the community also has a pipeline? So we should continue standing in solidarity. We should not be intimidated. We shall not be bowed down. We are ready to defend this project because it's the lifeline of the people of East Africa. I beg to support.
Thank you, Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to allow us really express our views as we are the summary of the citizens of East Africa.
Procedure, Speaker.
Now that
someone is talking about the procedure, I don't know who is
in summary.
Yes, Honorable. I had mentioned you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you,
yes.
sir. Yes.
I should allow you to debate briefly because I had already mentioned you. Yes, sorry, Honorable Kakoza, but try and be brief.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And sorry for the omission.
Yeah, I have started staggering in the process of that omission, but let me try to put myself together. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Kakoza for moving this motion. From the onset, Right Honorable Speaker, I support this motion. A number of items have been talked about. I may not be able to repeat all of them, but Honorable Speaker, why I'm contributing to this motion is for two reasons. One, I was trying to look for one word to explain these two things. One is that I am very angry about what these Europeans did with their resolution. And then the second one is that I'm also very excited with that very resolution. So I wanted to get one word to describe those two things, that I'm happy, but at the same time, I'm also what? Annoyed. Honorable Speaker, why should I say this? Is that it is a lesson to us, the African people. We should know that we don't have friends in terms of these other people, whether they are Americans, whether they are Europeans, whether they are Chinese, whether who, they are not our friends. They only want us for their convenience. They have talked about pollution. I'm not to repeat it. But who pollutes more? Two, they are talking about human rights. Who can talk about human rights in this world? Who exactly? Our people, our colleagues, the white people, the Europeans and the Americans, and the Arabs, let me add them. Who of those people have a moral authority to talk about human rights? Honorable Speaker, slavery, it is Africans who were victims of slavery. They herded us like animals and took us. We still have our people, our people in the US. They are there. They are even still discriminated up to today. Who took them there? They never went there. They never had any visa at the time, by the way. They went there. And they are still suffering up to today. And someone is talking about human rights. Right, Honorable Speaker, this continent, they sat in Berlin in 1884 in Germany and started sharing Africa as if they were sharing a loaf of bread. And we have continued suffering the impact of that partition to date. Now, 1884, they were in Berlin. 2020, they have sat in Brussels. And they are deciding on what we should do with our destiny. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Munya, you are saying that there are Ugandan people and NGOs that are working with those Europeans. I want to agree with you. And it should annoy you the way you are annoyed. And they annoy not only you, but all of us.
But for you, fortunately, you are annoyed and excited at the same time.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
That's a very technical combination.
During slavery.
Can a member consider extension of time? So we conclude a few matters. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to rule a motion that we extend the time till we exhaust this debate. Thank you.
To exhaust matters that we intend to exhaust.
We exhaust the matter.
Second, I think he's referring to the
Rule
limits
11.
set under Rule 11. So the rule that suspends is different, but it suspends the provisions of Rule 11. Second, Dr. Makame, Dr. Magembe and Honorable Musamali and all members are standing. So those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Musamali, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was just alluding to the example you brought. Now, and that's what makes me excited. When they were herding Africans as slaves, and when they were petitioning Africa like a loaf of bread, there were Africans who collaborated. There were Africans who went to the villages and collected fellow Africans and traded them. Even colonization, there are Africans who collaborated. These are collaborators, and we should identify them, isolate them, and where possible, crush them. They have come out. You talked about it, that they were saying that they are taking away the land. Whose land are they taking? Is it from European land? And if they are saying that we are taking this land away, are we carrying it on wheelbarrows or trucks? We are not carrying this land to anywhere, either on a wheelbarrow or on a truck. And then you say we are taking the land away. This land is for Africans. And we are making all projects to ensure that the Africans live a better life. So let them allow us to handle our issues. The Honorable Kalonzo was talking about the glassy people living in the glass what? Glass houses. For us, we are not in the glass houses. We are in grass thatched houses. And we are not going to fear lighting fire because we are in the what? Grass thatched houses. We shall light the fire. Whether it burns us, let it burn us. But if it is for purpose of liberating ourselves. Honorable Speaker, now the excitement is this one. It is a lesson to us. And we should learn that any attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. This attack is not on Uganda and Tanzania. It is an attack on East Africa, and it is an attack on Africa. We must work together to liberate ourselves. The other lesson is, and this comes from what the member of council was talking about here, sustaining ourselves, coming up with solutions to sustain ourselves. And it also came from the member, the president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, the member of summit, when he talked about our own sustainability. For this matter, Honorable Speaker, we should know that the integration of East Africa and Africa is not a matter of luxury, but a matter of necessity. And we must therefore work on all possible solutions to ensure that we put together all of the energies and build for the future and prosperity of Africa. I support the motion, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musamali. Is there any comment you want to make? Is there a comment you want to make? Yes. Yes. If none, we go back to Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Just 1 minute, yes.
Honorable Speaker, I think I would just want to add my voice on behalf of the council. I think what one of the members are saying is not only true, but so due to note that we are not supposed to be dependent on the West for our livelihood. I think we have taken it like a way of life that we owe our lives to them. And that's why they are doing what they are doing. And I think the issue that happened between them and our brothers in Uganda and Tanzania is not a wake-up call. It's I think the final call. Sometimes we say it's a wake-up call. I don't know when we shall wake up, because we have been woken up as long as I cannot remember. For us in Rwanda, I think we are awake. We are ourselves, and if we lose ourselves, we shall never definitely survive. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of the project, which, as they said, is although it's for two countries, for us, all of us. for all of us. The benefits from Ugandan TZ, of course, is also a benefit. But I think beyond this August House, we need to have a stronger say, maybe continental, because these people also work in a coordination. When you're talking of European Parliament, it's as if we owe our lives to them. I don't think we do. We definitely not to do. We don't owe to them. But I think we need to take more measures. Just, of course, this is very important. But from here, ask other parliaments. Because it came from a parliament, so they are no less a parliament than we are. Definitely not at all. And of course, ask other parliaments to support this. From here, support this motion. To tell the Europeans, I think time has gone where we have to sing your song and depend on you. The issue they're raising, I don't think they know better than we do. Definitely not. We know as much as they do. Sometimes better because this our land, this our area, this our business. And so I think my request is that yes, as we pass this resolution, which we should also ask other brothers to support this resolution. I think as a continent, if you speak the same language, we should definitely be heard.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, Honorable Kakoza, wind up, because it's been largely supported from what I can see.
Yeah,
So
I think, Right Honorable Speaker, I can't add much rather than thanking the members who have contributed. Honorable Munya, Honorable Karonzo, Honorable Makame, Honorable Mary Mjenyi, Honorable Alak, Honorable George, Honorable Leontine, Honorable Musamali, and the words from our council minister. I think these words are very encouraging, and really, if, as the council of ministers said, we can borrow it from Rwanda here. I think we need to take a serious resolution within the partner states that we can work around as a team and we solve some problems for ourselves and even the continent at large, because like Right Honorable Speaker, you were attending the heads of the summit when the president of Congo, he said, we have all the resources, the natural resources, then we should get a center where all mineral resources that we can have one voice, that anybody coming into our continent or within the partner states has not bias.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, honorable members, Kakoza and Makame, and all of you who supported the motion, because this statement came from a parliament in Europe. So it was going to be unusual that the parliament in the region doesn't say anything about it when it really concerns us. So we thank you, honorable members who brought this motion, because you have given us the platform to also express our opinion about this. So, honorable members, I have been saying consistently that we needed to handle the supplementary budget, but you see where time is. At the same time, we will not have as much time tomorrow. So would you agree that at least this evening, we read the report? Then tomorrow we can handle the rest of the process. Because I have seen the report is not even long. Yes, okay. Clerk.
We proceed to the next item as guided by the Speaker. Report of the Committee on General Purpose on supplementary budget request for financial year 2022-2023, number 3.
Honorable Chair, GP.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Maybe procedural, can I lay it before, then read it?
I think you need to, is it moving a motion or by way of motion, right? Yes, move a motion first.
Okay, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to move a motion that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the supplementary budget request for the financial year 2022 to 2023, number 3.
Sorry for interruption. Let me be sure.
Yes.
I think this should be a council motion, right?
Yeah, it's
and it should be laid and
yes,
I don't
it's a
have the
council
notes.
motion.
Give me a minute so I can organize myself. Well, I think the procedure is such that it will have to be laid, and then the council moves the motion, and then I call the committee report, right? Yes. So the clerk will go in that order. So the item should be on laying of papers.
I will proceed on the next item as guided by the Right Honorable Speaker, laying of papers.
Chair GP.
Thank you so much. I wish to lay on the table the report of the Committee on General Purpose on supplementary budget request for the financial year 2022 to 2023, number 3. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay.
Honorable Sophie, can you help to switch off that microphone? Thank you, Chair. Next. Now the roll is the other way around.
We proceed the next item. Motion for the supplementary budget request for the East African Community for financial 2020-23, number 3, by way of motion.
Honorable Council Chair.
I beg to move that the East African Community Supplementary Bill number 3, 2020 be read for the second time.
Are we okay up to there? Yes. Now I call upon the Chair, Committee on General Purpose, to present the committee report. But the motion has to be seconded, right? Seconders? Yes, seconders, Honorable Nur, Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Musamari, and all members standing. Now, committee chairperson should present the committee report. For 5 years, we have been doing this, but
Thank you so much. Let me hope you are not tired of seeing me all the time for the whole of the week. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Article 49(2)(b) and 132 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, Section 7 of the East African Community Budget Act 29 and Rule 7(1)(b) and Annex 5F of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, I beg to present to the House the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the supplementary budget request for the financial year 2022-2023 for consideration and adoption. At its meeting held on the 12th of July 2022, the Council of Ministers adopted a supplementary budget of United States $2,620,800 for the various organs and institutions of the community, referred to here as Annex 1 for details. On the 31st day of October 2022, the Chairperson Council of Ministers tabled before the Assembly a request for the above supplementary budget and presented the EAC supplementary appropriation bill.
Honorable Fatuma?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we don't have the report. I don't know.
Yes, do we have, anyway, honorable members, as I said earlier, of course, the copies are being made. I don't even have my own notes. That's why you saw me struggling. But as we said, it's going to be read. So the Office of the Clerk, make sure before we adjourn, members have the report. We will have it overnight and we shall continue with the process, the remaining processes tomorrow. So in the meantime, I think it can.
Information.
Is it okay? Yes, Honorable Francois.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information is that I'm reading it through the soft copy that was shared via email. It can help. Thank you.
Yeah, because I believe all these messages, by the way, the fifth assembly, you need to embrace IT. We haven't been doing well in this. So you have documents electronically, but you still need a bulk of. And unfortunately, we are working from a parliament that doesn't mostly use papers. And I warned the commission before, when we were planning this sitting, I said, look, even if we don't find a photocopier here, we shouldn't be surprised. Because they have moved past that. So we also needed to do that. Let the copies be distributed, and in the meantime, the chair can continue to read the report.
Yes, I also wish to inform that the earlier version of the report is incorrect. The amendment made to the report. So if you have gotten one at around 4 p.m., that's the correct version. But if you got that one that was before 1 p.m., that is a version that was first shared for correction purposes. Thank you. Let me begin at the background. At its meeting held on the 2nd of July 2022, the Council of Ministers adopted a supplementary budget of United States $2,620,800 for the various organs and institutions of the community for the financial year 2022-2023, referred to as Annex 1 for details. On the 31st day of October 2022, the Chairperson Council of Ministers tabled before the Assembly a request for the above supplementary budget and presented the EAC Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022 for first reading. The Right Honorable Speaker referred the supplementary budget request to the Committee on General Purpose for consideration. The below table shows the supplementary appropriation for specific organs of the community for the year ending 30th June 2023. Sources of funding: one is the EAC General Reserve to the tune of $2,620,800, and that is the total, which is $2,620,800. The votes are vote 001. The EAC Secretariat requests for $227,800. The East Africa Legislative Assembly Court of Justice requests for $75,150. The East Africa Legislative Assembly requested for $2,317,850 United States dollar, the total coming to $2,620,800 United States dollars. During consideration of the supplementary budget request, the committee held a meeting here in Kigali between 26 October 2022 and 1st of October 2022, and interfaced with the Chairperson Council of Ministers, the Deputy Secretary General for EAC, that's responsible for finance and administration, the heads of organs and institutions, and the relevant staff of the community. B, the committee scrutinized the detailed supplementary budget requests, the financial statements, and the bills that are attached. C, the committee received and reviewed submissions by the heads of organs and institutions on the supplementary budgets. And D, the committee made reference to the treaty, the EAC Budget Act 2029, and the other applicable laws of the community. The committee finally prepared a report for consideration by the Assembly. Findings of the committee. Reference to the supplementary budget that has been considered, the Council of Ministers allocated a sum of 2,317,850 to pay outstanding arrears for members of the East African Legislative Assembly for the session that were held in 2020 to 2021. The committee therefore commends the Council of Ministers and the Deputy Secretary General for Finance and Administration for paying the arrears of the members. However, the committee further noted that the sum allocated to pay arrears was only meant for the Eala members and the component of staff that supported the members during that activity was omitted. During this interactive meeting with the EAC Council of Ministers on the EAC Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1 and 2, the Assembly and the Chairperson Council of Ministers agreed that the clerk to the Assembly should be able to prepare a breakdown of the arrears owed to staff to be presented to the same council for approval, and it did not happen. The committee further was informed by the director, by the DSG and the Director of Finance and Administration that the clerk's office had never submitted a request for payment of staff arrears and was concerned by the fact that the clerk to the Assembly knows the matter and has not considered this as a matter of priority. And yet it is evident that members could not have conducted business without the support of the technical staff to the Assembly. During the consideration of the EAC budget estimates for revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2020-2023, the committee noted the following. One, that there is inadequate allocation of funds for the inauguration of the 5th Assembly. The Council of Ministers provided a budget only for 2 days for the inauguration of the 5th Assembly. This later involves many activities which include, among others, the election of the Speaker, the election of the Commission, the elections of the chairpersons of the standing committees, and this cannot be considered within 2 days. There is no budget provision for the orientation tour of the EAC partner states for the 5th Assembly. The EAC organs and institutions in the partner states and aspects of the intra-trade within and along the northern and central corridor is missing. This activity normally helps members to appreciate the level of integration, especially to do with the customs union, common market, the East African institutions, and the facilities that are involved therein. 3, there is a reduction in the number of plenary sessions as presented by this committee during the budget. The council reduced the number of plenary sessions from 6 to 4. This contradicts the existing legal instruments that regulate the business of the Assembly. For example, according to Rule 10(6) of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, the House shall sit for not less than 80 days for plenary and not less than 40 days for the committee meeting in a given financial year. Additionally, there was a reduction in the number of days that the committee of the Assembly will undertake oversight activities and public hearing. While the committee is cognizant of the council decisions passed during its 41st ordinary session of the EAC Council of Ministers held on the 29th November 2022 in Arusha, Tanzania, the committee would like to bring this to the attention of the council that the 21 days of the 6th plenary per each financial year was a rearrangement of the Assembly by deducting its number of days from committee work and allocating them to plenary with the view that the first week will be meant for committee work, while the 14 days will be dedicated exclusively for plenary. The committee noted that the council had budgeted for a sum of 400,900 to cater for interparliamentary games in the financial year 2020-2023. However, this budget has a gap of 120,000 for this activity to be held successful. During the interaction with officers from the EAC Secretariat, the committee was informed that the request for supplementary budget for the above activities was not submitted to the Council of Ministers for approval. In terms of status of contribution, the table is put there so you can see on your own and read the figures. The committee further observed that the status of contribution by partner states towards the main budget stood currently at 41% as of 31st October 2022. The committee commends the Republic of Kenya, the United Republic of Tanzania for making 100% contribution towards the EAC main budget. The committee observed that there was no budget allocation for the integration of the Democratic Republic of Congo into the community, regardless of the fact that by December 2022, the Democratic Republic of Congo will be sending members to the East African Legislative Assembly, as well as concluding the development of the roadmap for the integration of the Democratic Republic of Congo into the EAC. The Deputy Secretary General of Finance and Administration responded, informing committee that the DRC has not yet established an EAC coordinating ministry, and officials from this ministry are required to participate in the preparation of the budget. Therefore, the budget for the integration of DRC will be prepared and submitted once the coordinating ministry has been established. Recommendation of the committee. The committee recommends that the House passes the supplementary budget request submitted to the Assembly. That the committee resolved and directed that the clerk prepares and submits to the Council a request for a supplementary budget as follows. 1, sum of 116,900 to pay for arrears of the staff who supported members of the Assembly during the committee meetings that were held between the year 2020 to 2021 for the activities that were carried. An additional sum of United States $458,760 to be provided by the Council of Ministers from the general reserves through a supplementary budget in financial year 2022-2023 to enable the Assembly meet the expenses of inaugurating the 5th Assembly. A sum of $1,049,160 should also be provided from the general reserve through a supplementary budget in the financial year 2020-2023 for the orientation of the members of the 5th Assembly to tour the northern and central corridors. That also an additional sum of United States $600 be provided by the Council from general reserve through a supplementary budget in the financial year 2022 to 2023 for 2 additional days for each of the Assembly remaining sessions. This is evident by the fact that we are still here and we are struggling to finish our reports, including what we have prepared for this plenary due to the limited number of days. So Council, please take note of that, and clerk, you make sure you prepare them properly. An additional sum of 120,000 from the general reserve should be put to through a supplementary budget in the financial year 2020-2023 to enable the Assembly also to undertake the interparliamentary games. The committee urges the Council to allocate additional resources to fund the activities of the Assembly as in number 2 above. The committee further urges the Council of Ministers to ensure that the partner state meets their financial obligation to the EAC in a timely manner. We don't want to have a situation that we run out of cash or liquidity. The Assembly therefore adopts the committee report and passes the EAC Supplementary Appropriation number 3 Bill 2022 as the committee observed. Thank you so much for listening, honorable speakers and members.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, the motion before the House is that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the supplementary budget request for the financial year 2022-2023 be adopted. Debate is open and we shall continue tomorrow. I adjourn the House until tomorrow at what time? Yes, I adjourn the House until tomorrow morning at 10.